Buenos días, good morning.
Good morning and welcome to this second day of inspiring women leaders in the digital area. We're lucky enough today to have a welcome speech from the president of the Swedish-Spanish Chamber of Commerce and managing director and CEO of Volvo Cars Spain. Just a few words, because José Maria's offered us a great deal of support in everything that he can. He's got an engineering degree and a master's in environmental management. If I had to say something more to him, I'd say that he self-defines as a humanist engineer who's very impassioned of human intelligence. He loves innovation, and he says that empathy is the base and science of enlightenment. So let's say welcome and listen to what he has to say and learn about what everything they do in Volvo Cars in designing products and services and creating diverse talent. Thank you so much for coming, José María.
Bueno, hola, buenos días.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Teresa, for being here on the 8th Inspiring Women's Leaders in the Digital Era. This is really important, and it's something that Teresa's team has been spent many years trying to do, which is to assist in normality. Because what isn't normal is that there's a different power in humanity. Power just resides in the hands of men or women or youngsters only, because life requires collaboration. When we achieve collaboration in any project, we achieve success. And when Teresa asks me to share through this introduction the view that Volvo and then Chamber has, what I try to do, and Teresa knows me pretty well, that's probably my engineering side, I try to give you examples. I think that all of us that have children here teach via example, and clearly that's quite obvious in Deusto. If somebody sees that you do something, then you're teaching them to change things. And why did I want to use a practical example? So you can understand how important collaboration and this is, and this idea that if we don't work together on equal footing, men, women, people from different cultures, we won't get the success that we require. You think you might be having success, but actually it won't be permanent success. So for something to be successful, you need to do it together. I'm lucky enough, although when you start getting interested in things, you actually realize that you seek your own luck. As Picasso used to say, improvisation comes because you work on it. You get luck because every day you work and you use the opportunities that come your way. And there are two pillars, as Teresa said. One is knowledge and the other is empathy, because what you try to do is to make progress by collaborating with other people. And beforehand, earlier over breakfast, we're told that when we're young, at a sports level, there are winners and losers. And in fact, culturally, we talk about battles and we say, oh, in our team or our tribe won this game. And we think that's good. But actually, what's actually good is to collaborate. What's changed mankind is collaboration. What we need to realize is that when we work together, we are very successful. And I'm lucky enough to work into Volvo, and I'm lucky because Volvo was set up with a purpose. Because all of you that are in the business world know that no projects move forward if you don't have a purpose. You detect a need, what's missing. And our company was founded almost 100 years ago after an accident. An engineer and economist, two Swedes, they had an accident, and they realized that they needed to build a car that cared for people. That the goal shouldn't be just transport, but safe transport. And I don't think you need to tell me. You know our brand's image when we talk about safety, but what we've done is we've said that, okay, safety isn't our goal. Our goal is to care, and caring for people means caring for everybody. Together, diversity is key to a company. That sustainability forms a part of this event is the house where we live. How come, of course, how can we not look after our home? How can we not have a project that looks after the environment if it's the environment where we live? When we see women and we want to inspire women to carry on creating and having this entrepreneurial world and forming part of it, I'm going to give you an example which I think is going to make you feel very proud, but also it'll help you think, which is how useful it is to be together to develop projects. Our company emerged with the purpose I spoke about earlier, but when the company has to design something or make a new car, the business dilemmas that are out there never include the dilemma of looking after people. If we think we're going to be less competitive, or if we're not going to be able to be competitive, we never include the dilemma of safety. It may well be all safety elements need to be in series, and so it's with this philosophy that the safety belt was invented by Volvo. The safety belt is the most important part of a car, and it's saved over a million lives. But what's important is to know is that it was invented in 1959. It was invented by a Swedish engineer, and what Volvo did was gave that patent away. So Volvo thought it was important that other car manufacturers had safety belts to save people's lives, because our purpose is to care for people, not to earn so much money. We want to earn money, of course we do, but there are different ways of doing it. We're by no means naive. We shouldn't forget our values. We shouldn't forget that you can earn money without harm. There's another side to a company which is very important, which is that our engineers decide to help the public side of things, to help the state. And the Home Office and its the Department of Traffic asked for collaboration, because what the engineers have seen is that the crash test trials don't actually represent reality. They don't represent what happens in an accident. What they want is to research everything, all those accidents that happen in Sweden, so to detect that when we have a crash, where are we harmed? It's true that in a crash test, even if you carry out a lab test, it's impossible to actually represent what happens in reality. All trials are never real. What's reality is that the person's who's driving has a reaction, or the tires are almost bald and something happens. What our engineers realized is that there were more accidents in women than men, as far as physical harm goes. Not that because they were better or worse drivers. I don't know who's a better driver, men or women. But what we realized was that in over 7,000 accidents, women were harmed more. Do you know why? Well, because these arrogant male engineers had designed these dummies. You know, those dummies are the ones that we use in crash test trials. So we use dummies that look like men or look like Swedes. Well, they're all sort of like 1.8 in something, or very slim and lovely, and so they all looked like Greek statues, but that's not reality. It turns out that those that were harmed were pregnant women, or a woman that was shorter, or children, because we designed everything thinking about a prototype that isn't reality. What's real is diversity. It's what we are. So we started to design our cars using dummies that represented real mankind, humankind, and we've increased or reduced harm from accidents. And Volvo, once again, has given all its studies and analyses to other car manufacturers. So that when they design their cars, they do like when we do. So when they have to strengthen a pillar, they need to see that everything that we've decided, in fact, our safety belts. I've never been pregnant, of course, but I do know that when you're pregnant, it's really, really uncomfortable to wear a safety belt. Our safety belts are designed for pregnant women. In fact, our safety belts are designed so that our reaction and the speed at which we stop is proportion to the blow that we receive. And something else I'll tell you about our great engineers. And this may well have happened to all of you. You know, you get these. You have a problem with your cervical muscles, and you end up with wearing a collar because you've harmed your cervical muscles. What ours did is something similar. Inertia isn't something that the body should suffer from, but these seats. And this, of course, depends upon the size of the person. If you get a blow from behind, the impact isn't suffered by the person, but the seat. The seat moves on some axes, and so you're not harmed. After all the studies that we carried out using different kinds of dummies, what I'd like for you is to enjoy this idea of Volvo, of collaborating, of working together between different sexes, different cultures to propose and to achieve what we can, which is to improve every day. And to do so, I've brought you a video. Teresa said to me, okay, don't advertise too much. There'll be something in there, subtle. It's a very short video. But I think, and I don't want to raise your expectations, but it really does represent what I've been telling you. It's a video which I hope you can understand the spirit of our brand, which is always there to encourage diversity. Thanks so much. Thanks to Teresa, to all the team. I know there are many people and there are many people behind this. It's not just chiefs. There are lots of Indians and lots of people working hard to get this happening. And thanks for inviting me here to this great building. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we have another round table. And to introduce the round table, we're going to listen first from Miguel Ángel Domínguez, who's going to tell us a little bit about blockchain.
Hola, muy buenos días a todas. Soy Miguel.
Good morning, my name is Miguel Ángel Domínguez. I'm president of Astrea. And I usually say I'm Victoria's father. She's almost 8 and I'd like her to be an entrepreneur like you are. Thanks to Teresa Arcos and Deusto for organizing this great event. Teresa, you're unstoppable. Thanks for always pushing forward entrepreneurship amongst women. I'm going to talk about this panel session, which is new sustainable ways to create the future with blockchain and tokenization. I thought the best thing that I could do is to hand the floor over to Montse Guardia, because Montse is the inspiration behind Alastria. Thank you so much. I will be following you via streaming. Thank you.
Montse Guardia
Montse Guardia and all the panelists from this roundtable session, please do come up to the table. Oh, thank you, Teresa. How wonderful it is to talk about blockchain in this setting. It makes it even more interesting than you can imagine. And we'll explain to you why shortly. Blockchain and this beautiful setting. Blockchain and these fantastic women who I am honored to know for 7 or 8 years now. We didn't know each other from just the day before yesterday. For several years we've been collaborating together in projects and working on something that needs leadership, because 7 to 8 years ago blockchain was very poorly understood, even though it's still pretty poorly understood today. So I should like to say thanks, Miguel Angel. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday to him. And to consolidate why we're on this panel, we've got time, not a great deal of time, but time so that the audience, both here in the room and remotely, can take 4 major ideas away from this. We will say 3. I'm going to add a 4th one, because you're so good, I'm sure we can add a 4th one. And to do so, I ought to confess to all of those that are looking, that are watching, we haven't prepared, so what they're going to say is really going to be off the cuff, what they're thinking at that moment, and that's very innovative and refreshing. And as I know you can do it, I'm going to put the question out there to you. We're talking about new sustainable ways to create the future with blockchain and tokenization. I'm going to start with the final word, so we're going to do things backwards, because I think we need to differentiate between blockchain and tokenization. Token is the basis, the cornerstone of blockchain. So, Rocío, can you please introduce yourself? I don't want to introduce you because I'll probably forget something, even if I did it with a great deal of love. But can you tell us a little about yourself and what's important in your project? My name's Rocío Álvarez Osorio, and what I'd like to explain how I got into this involved. I studied economic law, and then I went to London to work in the banking sector, and from there I went to the Big Four in mergers and acquisitions. And then I got involved in the marvelous world of alternative funding for companies. But I've always loved entrepreneurship. I was fascinated by it. So I started founding little companies. I was successful. I had fails. And then in 2016, I went to the first roundtable on blockchain. And my head just exploded because I suddenly thought, oh, goodness, I don't know what people are talking about. But despite my qualifications, I've always been a curious person. I've always been the weirdo in my family. So I started asking for books for my birthday about blockchain. And then I met Joel Akmin, who was co-founder of a crowdfunding platform and an investor who was willing to invest 100,000 euros in one of the companies. And I thought, well, how liquid is this? When can I get out of this? And they said, well, unless you invest in NASDAQ or Euronext, 99.9% of companies are not liquid. If you invest in capital, there's no markets that you can do that. That's when Token City was born. What we do is we digitalize this loan contract, these companies' shares, so that instead of putting them in a drawer, you can have it in your digital wallet. And we're now creating under a new European umbrella, the new tokenized stock exchange, so that global investors can take part in new investments and companies can access this new era of tokenized funding. You understood all of that, yes? Didn't you? You can see that Rocío completely controls financial language, but also she's able to talk about converting something liquid into something tokenized, but that has a value, and it doesn't need to be later linked to a currency value. So a token is something that's tangibly digital. We can't touch it, but actually it exists on the information networks. It's not something that's been invented, but it exists because it's registered or recorded in some computers, and it has an exchange value. I'm simplifying things in this way. You said that very quickly. You spoke about Token City. Token City is the project that you can seek out. But seek it next to another word, which is the CNMV, the Spanish Stock Exchange Commission, because we'll talk about that as well. You've seen that Rocío said that she's an entrepreneur inside a corporate. She's an intra-entrepreneur. She said that she's spent time in the UK and she's returned. She said that she's worked for big corporations and she's support an entrepreneur, which is Gael, and she's in a new project that's been reborn. So in a few minutes, she said quite a lot. Let's move on. The next thing is, now that we know that there's a network that has a value, an asset value to it, but you, in this case, at the beginning of the Times, Christine, you're going to explain to us where you come from, and you're going to explain to how you've given a specific value and a usefulness to this liquid exchange, which goes beyond financing. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Teresa, for organizing these events and for giving visibility to women and projects. I'm Cristina Martin, and I'm CEO of Usincro. And I've been an entrepreneur ever since, even before the word entrepreneur existed. 20 years ago, I set up a transport company. Imagine a woman in a typical male-dominated world of transporters and logistics. But all of a sudden, people started talking to me about the blockchain technology, and change for me, or taking this leap to the dark side of technology, I decided, thanks to a master's where I found two fantastic co-founders that had developed a software incredibly innovative, and I had knowledge, very fragmented knowledge of the logistics business, all very paper-based with and then people spoke to me about transparency. This old business had joint liability. If somebody had uploaded a document and there was the blockchain trace, nobody could actually modify that unless everybody else found out about it. And then that gave me a light bulb moment. If in this kind of a business such as mine, maybe this can be used. So I went and spoke to the tax agency who are in charge of border controls, and I explained the idea of setting up a platform to have a traceability and transparency in the logistics process, in which there are all kinds of participants involved. For example, those who buy, those who sell, those who transport, the inland revenue, the tax authorities. So I decided to take the leap and set up Usincro, and I'm really pleased to have done so. So we've spoken about the token as a value. This token, if you've got behind it a blockchain network, and in this your case, Christina, you're an entrepreneur, an intra-entrepreneur. So what you've done is, in a master's, you learnt about how to do things, and I think that it's important to point out that the blockchain world is learning all the time, and you realize, oh, this is something that I can use for my world to trace, to create mobility, and to create a new mechanism which is purer and more agile. And that's what you do in Usynchro. Yes, in the end, what we did is we got this technology to be applied to traditional businesses. My colleagues always say to me, oh, you work a bit like the Phoenicians did. You're just actually moving paper about your paper pushing. Now, with this technology, you can make things more sustainable and easier, and you save money to your customers. Currently, we're in a world, it's like we all want to use technology for everything, independently of whether it's useful or not. Everybody wants AI, everybody wants to use blockchain, but there needs to be a meaning. Why? Why do you want to do that? And it has to add value to companies' processes. So we just specifically concentrated on not just using blockchain because it's fashionable, but no, because it makes your process more efficient and it helps you save money. End of story. Yes, it's going to be more efficient, you're going to save money. And for my second question, why this relationship that you have with the customs agency? It sounds horrible, and the tax agency as well. You said, oh, wow. Why this relationship? And also in your case, the case of Rocio, the Spanish Stock Exchange Commission. It's really interesting that you said that. And not only with the Spanish customs agency and tax agency, we started there, but now the platform's a global one, and we've got collaboration agreements with other countries as well. Great. We'll talk about this point later, but let's now move on to Sylvia. Sylvia is going to tell something, and you need to hear about Sylvia because in the last 7 years that I've known her, every 6 months she's actually taken another step forward. And she's actually in a very traditional business sector. I remember when we started about this at the beginning of last year, and people spoke about blockchain, and I needed 3 months to find out what blockchain actually was. Now, looking back in time, we're really, really proud of the projects that we're involved in. I've always been working in customer experience. I love customer experience. It's my passion. And I'm really happy about jointly leading this idea of digital transformation in Metro Vastesa with the rest of the team. We do it in several departments. We've got marketing, sales, customer experience, all have come together. And that's the key to make things work. We're not just in silos. Metro Vastesa is a estate agent, shall we say. We've been in the market for many years. We actually build residential, as in homes, and commercial buildings as well. It's a very traditional company, as Montse said. So leading this digital transformation within the estate world, the world of property, is difficult. And we're really happy because we've actually managed to get technology, make our customers be able to use new sales channels and also add value to our customer, because this is part of what we do. We've got intra-entrepreneurship, all the participants do it. So, for example, challenges in cybersecurity and blockchain, and thanks to the fieldwork that each of and every one of us value is added. And as I said earlier, we've been an Alastria for many years. We're now leading the real estate vertical with many, many companies involved, and we're actually participating in an intra-entrepreneurship program, and we provide visibility to startups. We provide a lot of visibility to startups, more so if they're run by women, to take part with us in relevant projects, for example, with Clip, Imascono, and many other companies, which today have added in this emerging technology into their core projects. Sylvia, tell us a little bit about yourselves. You very briefly said, oh, I'm not a techie. No, I'm not a techie. No, I've got a degree in business studies. I did a master's in customer experience. I teach at the UNID University. I love education. I'm mad about education, but I'm not a very techie kind of a person, no. And actually, The world of work has taken me to the world of technology, and I love it. And it's because it's a lifelong learning. For the last 6 years, I've been learning all the time. Yes, you're clear that what you're proposing are new means of sustainability, of respecting each other. All three of you have said that there's a relational issue. When we talk about blockchain, we need to relate to internal and external partners, actors, and we need to make sure that everybody's singing on the same hymn sheet. And that was a kind of the second question. I think we're okay on time. I think so. My second question is in that area. I'm going to go back to front. Let's start with Sylvia. In your case, it's true that in your sector in this case said, oh yeah, we've helped many startups to trial their innovative technological ideas, but your sector, property, is an important vertical in Spain. So what's the impact, for example, on your competitors or on the whole of the supply chain of real estate and property? Well, we think we are leading digital transformation in the real estate world. So we were the first to test space in metaverse and how that would work for our customers. Of course, others have joined us since then, and we lead via projects. Some are just a pilot projects and don't get any further than that, and others that are actually up and running. For example, let's talk about Metro space. You can see it on our company's website, where you see Metro space. Why did we organize this project? Because we realized that consumers and customers want more audio-visual content, not just a flat website. We promoters have very flat websites with all the information that you need, but it's not very intuitive and it's not very user-friendly, should we say. So we set up much of a space because we thought, okay, YouTube has 2 billion views. So we're all consume more of these kind of content. So what's happened? We set it up with several goals. Firstly, to be transparent with our customers, tell them all the information about the company, information that it's the company employees that tell the viewer about. So you've got they're not actors, they're company employees, and then you can see how this affects our consumers. And then, of course, there's this trend towards mixed reality. You can see that in Meta with its Visio Pro glasses. And all of this, when you see it at the end, we decided to set it up. So what have we seen? That we've got a double the number of hits in this new web, and that we've doubled the time that people spend on the web. I'm not saying that the flat traditional web is going to disappear, but we're going to have increasingly these kind of contents.
And to be more specific regarding blockchain, we as a property or real estate company also work with a 360 tool that comes from AutoCAD. Yes, Building 360. So you bringing the information of all the elements, and you have all the IT system telling you everything you need for, yes, it's like a digital twin, but with all the data really well controlled previously before construction. In fact, it's for construction design, and it involves our contractors, architects, everyone involved. But we went one step further. We work with this, but we're going to trace it in blockchain. Why? Because there's lots of documents that have to be validated and so on and so forth. And we thought if this is included in blockchain, we know exactly who has validated what and when, and there's traceability. And the next step, also bearing in mind sustainability, was to analyze life cycle. This is a methodology that measures the environmental impact of a product or process throughout the whole life cycle. And when incorporating this with experts that certify what we say in blockchain, and then measuring that this is really happening. our aim is to try and mitigate and help in the environmental impact that we have as a company. Another example, yes, maybe I will interrupt you there because you've talked about traceability and sustainability means being efficient and not wasting money nor materials. So having this effect on design and on the interaction with suppliers and customer. But I will stop there because I know that Cristina, in fact, I can go back to Cristina now because there's a lot to say about this and focusing on sustainability. Yes, what we see in the transport sphere is that there's many elements that have to be coordinated. With traditional methodology, this coordination is done through email, telephone calls, and even sending documents through courier. So it's a very fragmented and non-sustainable system. For example, in a credit card, when you purchase in a third country, the documents travel from one bank to another before they are issued. From the bank of origin, they go to the destination bank through another courier, and then they are reviewed. And if this is wrong, then they have to go back through the whole process again. So the first thing we did, and this was the first user case, was to say, why not substitute this through a smart contract? And this is reviewed in blockchain, and we can see that there's compliance. And once everything is okay, then we have the transfer issued. And we would be more efficient and sustainable. We would avoid lots of courier transport with paper that goes nowhere, and we would avoid at the end of the process these documents being wrong and having to repeat the whole process again. So imagine simply just in savings and couriers and you have to be more efficient and safe. So that was our first user case. But then after the letter of credit, we started to look at how we could broaden this. And we have the digital corridor that is sending something between one point and the other. So everyone involved in this data is everything is traced through blockchain and is available in an immediate manner to all participants, making sure that no one can change anything without the others being aware. This is something that authorities like because risk analysis, fraud levels are very low. That's why Spanish authorities and in other countries have provided their full support. And it provides the customer transparency because they can see how everything is being done. If not, you just have to call to see what's going on. So now we contribute in value when there were bottlenecks. For example, when you have perishable goods being sent from Latin America, which is one of our user cases between Peru and Madrid. Well, there's documents that continue to be in paper with the different colored stamps, with the origin certificate, and so on and so forth. And for some cases, COVID made this much more difficult. So at the end of the day, we thought of how can we make this possible without using paperwork. So they started from the origin to work with a blockchain, and this allowed us to open the sphere to working with perishable goods, and we didn't have any more mistakes because of documentation. The first surprise was that, of course, you need to contribute value to everyone, because if you want to everyone collaborate in a supply chain, it needs to be worthwhile for each and every one of them. So we were aware that the airline reduced the number of incidents of maybe the goods not being sent, and this was reduced to 0 because the documents were always correct. So this was one of the collateral effects that you become aware of later on. We've been able to evolve with this digital corridors to different destinations, but at the end of the day, everything is decentralized and there is collaboration. So you realize that working as a network and as a community when you collaborate is amazing. So what we've done is to sign collaboration agreements with the inland revenue, transports associations, and others globally so that they test how this technology works. And we've also been aware of a hurdle there. When you talk about information, it's very important for the different workers that are working on this. Many of these workers don't have the technological training. They've been working in a traditional manner maybe for 15 years. So when you tell them they're going to use AI or blockchain, there's many internal hurdles to be able to start the projects. Why? Because of fear. They fear that there is a machine that controls the whole process, and I'm not technology savvy, not being able to work with this. So now we've have developed a way of them testing how this works and for them to see what's the difference between using email and the telephone or using this collaborative platform where they safely share data to do a follow-up of the process. And we've realized that when people are aware of how this is not a hurdle for them, but in fact it's just the opposite because they can contribute value to the company, then they are become entrepreneurs themselves because they come up with many ideas of improving the use of the technology. So the key is how to use blockchain, the same as learn how to use it as we do when we get into the internet without knowing how Java works, for example. So now we don't talk so much about blockchain. You have all the information uploaded to the platform and the magic is happening behind in the background, so you're not so much aware of it. So we talked about collaboration years ago, but now we have at least these two examples and many others of how this collaboration really makes us better and allows us to learn so much more. And we eliminate digital violence where we would have to input all that data that wasn't really useful for the process. Yes. In fact, in transport now, for example, we have these problems in France, as you know. And the trend is to demand things. Transport has to be more sustainable. Lorries have to be electric and so on and so forth. But also you have to be more digital, all the documentation being digital. And they say, well, I have to work daily and also I have to put all this into place. So one of the main functions of technology is making things user-friendly. And now I go back to Rocio and to that question regarding the public administrations, because this is a public-private partnership, private companies in different sectors that now need the regulator, the public administration, to understand how this optimizes and has a social economic impact for absolutely everyone. So in your case, your relationship with the CNMV and the tax authority. So tell us a bit more about Token City and your long-standing project. Well, you've talked about wonderful concepts before the CNMV. Tokenization allows you to contribute with a value at a very high level. And in fact, you've explained it. So I'm going to give you now a very simple example for you to understand it. In crypto assets, we have a cryptocurrency. Everyone knows what cryptocurrency like Bitcoin and elsewhere. Then we have table coins where their peer is the dollar or euro. And then we have the sphere of tokens. So when we look at the underlying and what it represents digitally, there is a regulatory framework that is more or less linked to the regulator. And every token is, for example, a ticket to a concert, or if we talk about NFTs, they represent something unique, and that's why they are so successful regarding intellectual property. And then if we talk about financial rights, they are called security tokens, and then we are related to regulation, and that's our relationship with the CNM. We've been working with them for many years, also with crowd funding, and it was wonderful. It was a gaming Web3 platform where you could tokenize everything, and in the conversion, you could decide if this became the capital of the company, or how it works. So this opened the doors to a wonderful world, and this opened the doors also to the next step. So we see the gamer or the investor. So this is an example of what tokenization means when having different values represented, and also representing different members of the community. We started with crowdfunding, and then last year we adapted to European regulation, and we can have a tokenized crowdfunding in different countries in Europe now. And now with the new European regulation, we are adapting to a tokenized stock exchange. And the regulator, we have a very good relationship with the leaders on innovation, but there's a lack of resources. So they've worked traditionally, and this is something very new for them. So at the beginning, they said to us, well, I need time to understand and learn how it works, but they are the ones that have to guarantee and look into the risks. But it really is a new world, but we had a wonderful relationship, even though we would like it to things to move faster. But of course, we have to go through the process. And we have very good relationship with the Spanish Securities and Exchange Commission. And maybe for some people here, blockchain is something new, but I would like to give you a very practical example of how it works. We've developed a structure for our market, but we also work globally so that any company can use it. And to be able to have a relationship with the different communities, which allows real tokenization. Everyone here eats hamburgers, sometimes in a healthier way, sometimes in a not so healthy way. Imagine there's a restaurant chain that wants to grow their business. So they say, what do I go? I go to the bank, ask for credit, I go to a traditional fund, and I have to comply with many requirements that many companies do not comply with. So I'd say, I'm going to have different financing and also need help in sales. Imagine this company issues a token, and this token is targeted to its community. Its community are its users, fans, those consume the hamburgers, also suppliers, investors, and even its own employees, as Sylvia said, that also are part of the process. So they issue this token that has three benefits and functionalities. First of all, you're participating in the business line of the company, so the more hamburgers you sell, more money I will be making as a person that purchases the token. So as a company, I get financing, but I also have an impact on sales, because if I want to make money, I bring all my community. So they are all consuming my products. Second benefit of the token for those purchasing it. That is co-designing the product, which is wonderful because one, you're thinking about a product that you're going to consume, so there's lesser risk when you launch the product, and you will be purchasing it because I've designed how you want that hamburger to be or how I want that a restaurant to look and be decorated. And thirdly, the fact that because you've trusted me, you have discounts. Starbucks was one of the first to implement this kind of new relationship in this new era of relationship with its communities, and it increased 9% in sales. So the potential of all of this, whether this token has a security or not, that is very much regulated, is wonderful. So this is a new era regarding the relationship of all companies. So there's flexibility. So I'm analyzing how we're talking about creating the future, but the future is already here. We could maybe invite some brands to tell us about this future. So looking into this, if there is no people involved, if there's no community, there's no blockchain, nor efficiency, nor sustainability. So that would be, I believe, my closing question. Could you tell me how would you convince those that doubt blockchain? That weird term for some people, because you say that there has to be a transition stage, and this transition is going to be bigger or smaller depending on the experience that we're going to minimize in projects like yours in property or in those digital channels or corridors, or you in the stock exchange, and always seeing how we can have a potential asset that becomes valuable before launch to the market. So, what would you say to someone that says, well, this is changing too quickly and I'm going to be left behind? Let's start with you, Rocío. Well, this is like the internet in the 80s. This is starting, and of course, sometimes even the vocab used is difficult. That's something that people say. It's as if you were speaking another language, so that doesn't make things easy. But companies have an impact on profit and loss. And I believe this, at the end of the day, has to be based on data. I can reflect and tell you what the impact has been for my customers when using this technology in their business models, when creating new segments or a new sales channel, or even increasing the added value of their products or reduction in costs of processes. At the end of the day, you have to look at the figures. And with business people, that's what you need to do, to show them the figures. You can start with a pilot project. We have a big board looking into what are the strategic objectives of the company and how tokenization can help them and when to achieve those goals. So that's what I would say to them. So trust, and you need to invest to learn and transition, and then you will have an exponential growth. Yes. Look at the data. When a company is aware of the asset they have in their own P&L through their community, that's really important, and this will help them, and it's something wonderful. What I would say is that we have two types of fears. We confront two fears. The fear of not knowing if I have the necessary skills to be able to use the technology, and that's why we have that sandbox so that they can test it. And another fear is I don't want to share my data with any other community because I don't want anyone to know who my supplier is. And I say, well, what you have to do is to start working and see what the others are doing. Don't share anything, but at least try to see what you can see from others. When you look into it and you see nothing, that helps them see how useful it can be. It's not just saying, I tell you it's not like this, but they have to see it for themselves, that you don't get the data of other people. And at the end of the day, this allows you to get trust and move forward. So you need to be either efficient in processes or generate business. You're not using technology because it's trendy or it's a new cool world. No, it's because it's helping your business. So blockchain can be technology or not, or can be a combination of AI and blockchain, or putting things up in the cloud. So you have to use technology that contributes or provides an added value to your business. So work in a structural manner. Don't work because of the, or not be influenced by the trends. You have to do things structurally. If not, you won't be able to get all the benefits, like NFTs, for example, in the example we gave yesterday. Yes, this is a business at the end of the day. So you need to improve your business and at the end of the day make more money. So yes, be serious and these things will go well for you. What about you, Sylvia? Well, I'm the last, so I don't really know what to add now. I fully agree with what my colleagues have just said. It is true that we are now in a more digital collaborative economy, and as Christina said, in AI, in blockchain. So you need to find the technology that better adapts to your business. And if it's not blockchain, it will be AI. And remember, then we start with internet when it seems that you were nothing, and now if you don't have AI, you're no one. But my last headline will be: technology is helpful, but it is us that transform and look in and analyze things and make things move forward with success. Thanks to the three of you. You saw in the audience and myself that I didn't look into the role of women. Why? Because you're a good example of how, as you say, technology at the end of the day is what allows these people, whether women or men, to move forward, and we should see that collaboration. So the community message of a blockchain community is this one. And there's many blockchain communities that are very equal, and that image that we see of a blockchain being represented mostly by men, well, there's many women, like the three women we have today representing this blockchain community. So thanks to the three of you. Thank you.
Monse, muchísimas gracias. Ha sido
Monse, thank you. It's very interesting. We've met you years ago, and it's wonderful to have you here. For more than 8 years, we've been together, and we want to acknowledge how innovative they've been for enhancing a blockchain everywhere in the world, Latin America, Europe. So what better moment than this? So here you have this award.
Esas. Muchas gracias, la verdad.
Y queríamos,
Muchas gracias.
todo el comité organizador,
Muchas gracias, gracias.
estar en este momento porque
Thank you so much. We wanted to acknowledge your work because you move mountains in silence. So thank you so much for all your hard work. Thank you, everyone. But we said before that sometimes we use gender depending on the majority. So now I'm using the female world because it's mostly women here today. Thank you, everyone, because at the end of the day, we're all involved. And and then we will have to continue moving forward. So thanks to the audience and to the organizers.
Os vamos a dejar, creo que damos paso a la siguiente mesa.
So we go on to the next round table now. Thank you.
Hola, hola, hola.
Se dobla un poquito por el ejercicio.
Sí, sí.
Kasko gaur gurekin izateagatik. Bienvenidos a todos.
Welcome everyone to this third round table for inspiring women leaders in the digital era, where we want to once again give visibility to women in the digital era, women that are relevant to the economy and sustainability of our country. I would like to thank Teresa Alarco for giving me the possibility of introducing this roundtable. My name is Ido Yaguillo. I'm the director of Veolia in Álava and president of AMPEA, which is the professional women of women, and also part or leader of the Federation of Women's Association and Business in the Basque Country. Today we will speak about new sustainable ways of investing and creating value. We would look at the green side of things, governance and society. The world is fastly changing, and the principles that have regulated European society in the last century are not valid anymore. Geopolitical risks, the clear dependency on energy, and the evolution of the values of society means that there needs to be an urgent change towards sustainable ways of working. And we need to also involve capital, public and private capital, redirecting possibilities of investment towards sustainable projects that are useful for European citizens. Therefore, it is fundamental to have public-private collaboration and investment. Only in this way we will be able to promote new relevant projects that allow us to have a real transformation of our production systems. We have decarbonization plans like the ones funded by Next Generation funds. And we have the Net Zero Basque Industry Super Cluster Initiative, where we focus on sustainability. If we look at the private sector, we need financial plans that are promoted by companies like the one of Giroa Veolia that allows to change the tertiary system and the industrial sector in the Basque Country. We see decarbonization of industry through new ways of generating energy and the changes in infrastructures with recharging for electrical vehicles, always taking into account SDGs, the reduction of carbon footprint and of waste. It is also important to have a capital risk companies that are also involved, companies like Denium, Kiko Ventures or Northwave Capital that show a new reality in the markets. Beyond what I've mentioned before, we also need to bear in mind other social objectives like equality programs and having the same level of women and men in boards and private and public sectors are very important, and also startups because now there's a lack of capital, so we have to look into the SDG criteria to see where we need to invest, and we need more women involved, for example in the wage gap between women and men, also in management, and the lack of equality in boards and the difficulty for being an entrepreneur when you are a woman. And I will finish now to give the floor to Nina Aloestrey and all the members of the round table. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Idoia.
Thank you so much, Idoia, and I'd like to say thanks to the members of the public that are here and also those that are listening online. I know there are 27 different countries connected online, and it's a real shame that you couldn't be here because you're never going to be able to see this again. There's so many different possibilities here represented regarding how to promote a project, especially technological projects. I like to try to divide this panel session in two sections. Firstly, can you explain who you are and then how you seek out investment? When do you decide to invest? And then the second part will be about sustainability. I'll ask about what sustainability means to you and what female entrepreneurship means for you, especially this is of course relating to the organization that we're at today. On my left, we've got the representative of open innovation at Repsol. It's Sylvia. What does open innovation mean? How is technology developed in a corporate company such as yours? Firstly, thanks for inviting us. It's great for me to be here on this panel session and forming part of this initiative. As you said, I worked in Repsol Technologies Lab, which is the R&D center that Repsol has. What we do in our team is encourage collaborations with external partners that can help us with this challenge that the company has for the energy transition. Our key aim is to try to pinpoint those collaborations that have greatest potential to speed up technological development and the energy transition. To do that, we set up collaborations not only with startups but also with universities, research centers, already consolidated companies, so as to try to see which can help us to go faster to meet our ultimate aim of industrial transformation. How do we pinpoint these people? Well, via different initiatives. For example, we have a presence in different ecosystems, in accelerators, hot houses, venture builders. We actually also launch challenges as well. We appear in lots of events. We have a proof of concept platform, many initiatives which all together which try to help us in Repsol find out which collaborations most meaningful and have the greatest potential to help us achieve our goal. We collaborate in different ways. It can either be via an investment, via our corporate venturing fund or via other models, for example, eco development setup or a customer supplier relationship. So to understand you, if I'm a startup, for example, I'm working on something that you're interested in, for example, in batteries, to give you an idea, or to detect petrol fields. What do I need to do to get in contact with you? Do I call up Repsol and say, can you put me through to the Open Innovation Department? Well, that's one way of doing things, of course. The scientists within the research center, they also do their own scouting. But in Open Innovation, what we do is try to be very much aware of the different technological challenges that are out there and very much alert to what solutions might help solve these problems. So we talk to hundreds, I'd even say thousands per year, startups, research startups especially, to see how this first fit might work. So we carried out this first sort of sifting through, and then we redirect to our different scientific teams and say, oh, look, this might have a strategic fit with what we are looking for. We see whether there's the potential there, and we see how then to move forward. That's the way of doing things. If I'm an early startup and I've got an idea and a proof of concept, is that also valid? In fact, yes, one of the things that we coordinate within Open Innovation is our proof of concept platform. And this platform receives all different kinds of technologies from more mature in CR6 and C7. There's some early because we're very connected to the deep tech area, which is one of our technology centers. So what we do in our platform is to try to see, to pre-validate, whereas it's really worth carrying on. There's very, very short trials that are limited in budget, but you can have different technology at CR2, CR3. Some aren't even startups, they're still research centers, university research centers, but it may well be meaningful to carry on progressing with them. So yes, they fit in too. Maria. Maria, you, a technical manager, and you work at a company involved in joint venture. You collaborate with others to create projects. If we're a very, very small startup and you're in the aerospace business, what do we have to do to find you and to say to you, you're going to be winners with us? Well, I'll first introduce myself. Yes, please do. I'm Maria Pérez. I'm studied physics. I'm passionate about science. And then I studied material sciences. I've always collaborated with IWL in the materials and processes area, which is what I'm in charge of. Inside this company, we're an aeronautics company. We build airplane engines. Also, we design, manufacture them, and support them. In the materials and processes area, we participate in all of this. So we're a very, very technical and technological area. So we have quite a lot of impact. There's something else that I'd like to add. And which I like in this forum because we're a department in a very big engineering company, and 46% are women. That's not easy in this field. So that's great. I wanted to share that with you. In the aeronautics industry, and we'll talk about sustainability afterwards, you'll understand, but in our field, technological development is key. And all our investments are very closely related to this, to develop the technology we need. We've got several strategic pillars that we're working on. One is sustainability, another is new products, another is Industry 4.0 and digitalization. It's in this area where we realize that we're not able to develop all the technology that we need to reach our ultimate goals. So when I talk about Industry 4.0 and digitalization, that's in those two fields where we want relations with small companies and startups. We use Bind 4.0 from the Basque government. This has been a great source for many, many collaborations. I think we've been partners since 2016, and it's been a very fruitful relationship, and it helps set up relations. For example, can you give us an example? I'm a startup from a polytechnic in Barcelona and Valencia. There are many people studying drones, propulsion materials. Can I go to you with an idea and say, can you listen to me? I've just finished this. Can I approach you with an idea, and would you fund me to develop this project? That's one way of doing it, yes. What we usually do is tell you about our problems, our challenges. We need to solve this problem, and then we start searching. We want to work in one line. We haven't started on it via a web where these challenges can be seen, and each company can say, oh, I've got something to contribute to, it can come. We still haven't got that far yet, but that's a sort of platform that we're seeking for. But yes, it could be done. You have to be very, very aligned to the problem that we want to solve. As the kind of investment that we make, we have traditional investment with universities, research centers in R&D. But the type of investment that we want with these kind of companies is a venture client relationship. What we want is to say, okay, we've got a problem. We want you to help us develop a solution to this problem so that we can then develop it and then buy it. Am I going to fund you to do that? Well, we're going to develop it together, and I'll be your preferential client. Maybe my benefit is because you give me a lower price or better conditions. That's, yeah, what we're seeking for. Sorry that I keep asking you these. I just wanted to say that after a panel session or a talk where there are all kinds of investment alternatives, the entrepreneurs attacked all these speakers. So those of you that are online, please take note of their names and then seek them out, track them down, hunt them down. It's really, really important to get investment. Thank you. The question for Antony. Antony is in ENISA. Everybody knows what ENISA, and if you don't know what ENISA is, then something's going wrong. ENISA depends on the Ministry of Industry, and it's a soft credit, which is used to support at least 112% of startups in Spain, or maybe 125%, because I think there are some people that keep coming back to you until they get the money they need. Because without you, you couldn't set up a startup, because the investments in the pre-seed stage, which is when you don't even know if it's going to work. And there are business angels that are already asking for traction. So you'd have a great role to play. So can you tell us a little bit about that? Firstly, I'd like to say thanks to Teresa Larcos for this event and the huge number of female entrepreneurs that are here. And we need more in our ecosystem. So we'd like many more initiatives of this kind to exist. What do we do in ENISA? Well, you explained we fund via participatory loans, which have a specific nature to them, because the way the loan evolves is a lot easier. So we fund the project per se. This is unlike other loan agencies. The guarantee is the project itself, whereas other lending agencies require other kind of guarantees, i.e. property, and many other kinds of things. And this, for entrepreneurs, is a huge benefit, because they're not putting their own funds, their own property at risk. We offer between 25,000 and €1 million to all kinds of startups. And this is really important, because since the 2022 law for startups, we are the only Spanish entity that can certify as a startup. So entrepreneurs then can actually take advantage of a series of tax breaks. I won't explain them all now. If there are any doubts regarding certification, I can explain it in more detail. But they've got a series of tax breaks that are really, really important. And ever since we started with the certification process last September, we've had over 600 certified companies. The advantages for investors, yes. Also for investors and also for the entrepreneurs, for example. There are also tax breaks, reductions in social security payments if you've got employees, as many other, the certification stamp, because it's like a sort of an entrance gate for other investors or other public institutions. Once a company is certified, when that company wants to go and ask for a subsidy from a public entity, they've got some kind of a seal of approval, as it were. It's an accreditation. This seal of approval seeks to get the startup that we've certified has far more open doors than closed. And the entrepreneurs that have done that are really happy with what's been done. So what do I have to do if I'm an entrepreneur, in this case, to get my 25,000? When do I get my first money? Who do I have to call? Should I call you? Oh, all this happens online. You do it on your website. It's a very intuitive website, but we've also got a marketing and communication team to help you on that path. It's really important to know what the requirements are. We are funding not the self-employed nor projects, but SMEs. That is all those companies that have already been incorporated, small companies, of course. We're talking about PLCs or what we call Sociedad Limitada, because these are the main types of SMEs that you get in Spain. Another important thing is that we fund innovative projects. That's, for example, the guarantee per se. So you really need to highlight when you make your request why your project is different to everybody else's and why it's so innovative. That's really important. We also ask for there to be co-funding. That there should have been some kind of investors already, because this gives us, it makes us credible. The credibility of the project has to be somewhere. How do you know? I mean, who could put the money there? Could it be your dad, for example? Yes, yeah, of course. And you'd invest. It doesn't need to be. What I'm saying is, you don't need the investor to be registered as a business angel. No, what we do ask for is that this investment actually appears in the company's shareholding. We know that it's difficult to get investment initially. And we're doing this for some very, very good projects that haven't been able to get estimate, but there are investors that are committed to support it. Andoni, when you analyze a business plan, one thing is technological innovation. The other thing is that the company might want to upscale or might want to internationalize. Can you discern between the two? Can you fund both kinds of companies? We look at everybody. But as I said earlier, we can offer between 25,000 and 1 million euros. So actually what our target audience are those entrepreneurs that are just starting. They've got a great idea and that want to upscale, of course, because I think all entrepreneurs have a project in mind and they want to upscale it. But initially, of course, reality makes that difficult. That's why we've got all these different credit lines, but we need to know where we're heading. Some youngsters, and by the way, we have a funding line called Young Entrepreneurs. Many of them are youngsters that have just finished their degree. In fact, the majority of them, and want to set up a project. So there's always this idea that they want to scale up, but initially it's really difficult. And what is quite clear is that they want to set up this business and they need help. then the dreams come true. But it's difficult initially. It's the starting that's difficult. Let's move on to Sonia Fernanda from Kibo Venture. She's online. I apologize for the delay, and I know, Sonia, you need to leave shortly. Can you, in addition to tell us about Kibo, which is one of the most important venture capital companies in Spain, how important is ENISA for you? Hi, everybody. Thanks and congratulations for organizing this event for so many years. It's a great one. For us, probably I'd say we don't have any companies in our portfolio that hasn't been through ENISA before coming to us. In fact, we join capital a little bit after seed capital. And for us, the fact that ENISA's there is a validation, really. It really helps to get this initial capital that sometimes it's really difficult to get, especially if there's not much traction. And it's vital to have this ability to develop project until you can get funding from more institutional investors. Sonia, you said that you come on board after the seed funding stage. What is a company, what sort of requirements does a company meet to get your investment? Because I think everybody wants to have investment for Kibo Ventures in Spain, and not only in Spain, but abroad as well. I'd say the project needs to be ambitious. It's usually the founding team that attracts us. The founding team needs to be ambitious enough to want to create a big global company, and especially that they're solving a problem or in an innovative and creative fashion. And the fact that they've worked so hard on why there's a difficulty and why there's something that needs to solve, and why they've found the response to solve this problem. I've got something else to say to you. In addition to all of this, which sounds great, do you ask for a minimum of recurring income? What sort of specific requirements does the company need to meet to get funding? Well, we need a certain amount of traction, but this traction is different depending upon what sort of sector we're talking about. It is true that normally it's really difficult for us, and more so nowadays, that we invest in a business that hasn't got a turnover. But it may well be, we've done that in businesses that didn't have turnover, but they already had a product that was very far down the line, and they were solving a major problem with that product. If you're talking about metrics now, I'd say that if it's a business that has a software that's already up and running, they need to have maybe 100,000 of per month recurring. That might be the average parameter. From then onwards, we'd be looking closer at that company. But these aren't rules that are carved in stone. We don't say if you don't have this level of recurring monthly income, don't come and talk to us. Because of course it depends on the sector. We're investing in some sectors, such as the health sector, which we know that it takes longer to get payback, but once the technology is developed, the payback's a lot quicker. So it really depends on the verticals and the type of business we're talking about. Do you invest in all kinds of consumer models or B2B? What's your sweet spot? We invest more in B2B businesses, not so much in end consumer businesses, but we concentrate mainly on in businesses which has a very differentiated or standout technology component. You can call it deep tech, but actually, even if it's not deep tech per se, we can actually invest in think tech or in other industries such as climate tech, but the technological component needs to stand out. What makes them different? We wouldn't invest in a model where the technological difference is very minor. It really needs to be a key differentiating factor for us to be able to solve this problem, as is said earlier, in an innovative way, and to create a... Sorry that I'm asking you so many questions, because I know that you're going to disappear. That's why I'm asking you. Something that's very important for the audience. Are you leaders or followers? One of the most famous investors in the US, a business angel, said, I deserve to get far better conditions in this startup, because every time I invest, other 100 invest. Do you always lead investors? When I say leading, how much of the due diligence do you do? That is the exam of the startups. And then do you help them seek the next investment round? Yes, we normally lead the ones that we're in. And this means that we're investors that are going to be in charge of preparing the partners agreement. We prepare the financial, legal and tax due diligence and workplace due diligence. And on this work, the other investors support from this work to understand that the company's been looked at in depth. But it's not a precondition. We, on occasions, do co-lead, and this is a very collaborative industry, I ought to say, because normally when a company goes for a funding round and we join that in Series A, it may well be that they're trying to get 10 or 15 million. It's very difficult for us to lead, and in fact, we don't want to lead by taking on board all the responsibility of this investment. Sometimes we co-lead. It's two investors that put the same amount. It really just depends. In general, we'd like to go hand in hand with other investors. And this is interesting for the entrepreneur, because when you want to go for the next funding round, we as Kibo can help them. And in fact, this is a thing that we add. We can help them face the next round, which is probably going to be headed up by an international investor, not a local one. But if you've got more investors, they're also going to provide you contacts, for example, the next funding round, or assistance for the next round. So for investors, it's good to go with somebody else. We also diversify our risk. There are many companies, especially nowadays, which until they get to the next funding round, they actually need a bridging loan, and it's internal investors that give them this extra capital. So if you've got a structure where you've got 1 or 2, 3 investors that went to the first round, then it's going to be a lot easier for them to help you with this bridging loan till the next one. A final question. Do you like entrepreneurs to start their selling spiel from the beginning, or do you want to wait until they've got further down the lane? Well, we're interested in contacting entrepreneurs early in their lives. I know this sounds a bit that it might be a bit of a loss of time for them, or it might be a loss of time for us because they're not in the optimum moment. But actually, it's the only way that we can validate how they're implementing things. If we speak to an entrepreneur early and they're telling us about how they want to implement their idea and what they're doing, and then they eventually do walk their own talk, then if we're going to be more prepared to get joined, it's far easier for us to validate what they're doing. And we're also better positioned to be interesting for that entrepreneur, because normally the best entrepreneurs have a great deal of competitors, and we want the most interesting projects because those are the ones that have more options of investors that want to invest in those companies. Thank you.
Thank you. So we continue here in the room. Almudena. This is exactly the opposite from Kibo, because we are an educational company, but also you work with incubators. Are incubators the best way of starting as an entrepreneur, or how do things work in your case? I believe you need to press the button for the mic to work. Maybe it doesn't have any battery left. Let's just use the other one. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Teresa and her team for organizing this event and for inviting me to participate. My name is Almudena. I work here in the Deusto University in the Innovation and Entrepreneurship area, and we are a team of 10. We provide support to all different schools and faculties. So what is our goal? What is our mission? We want to promote innovation and entrepreneurship in the university community, but also outside. We have an entrepreneurship model based on 4 axes. That is, first of all awareness activities for the students to learn about entrepreneurship and innovations since they join us in their first year. And we organize many activities to do this. We also have a training from the first year till the end of their studies, and also ongoing studies. We also have support services, and this is what you were going to, because anyone that has an idea wants to become an entrepreneur. We have 2 spaces, 2 incubators, one here in the Bilbao campus and another one in the San Sebastian one, and we provide them support to develop their ideas. In fact, when these ideas prosper and become projects that can be invested on and scalable, we coordinate a business angels network, and in the different forums we work in, we provide them the opportunity of pitching and getting investment. Is there investment? Yes, not as much as before, because now there's so many people investing, and funds are also in the more initial stages, because where a business angel comes in at 10 to 25,000, if there's a fund with 100,000, then the business angel disappears. So we are at a point in time in where things are changing. Family offices are also started to be involved in these rounds of 100 to 250,000 euros, and the business angel figure is being affected negatively. If I'm a first year history student and I learn that you exist, can I start in an incubator? Well, we will be very happy to receive you. And if things go well and I stop studying, is that a problem for you? Well, Americans are not worried about this. I remember there was a competition in the US to see who was taking the developer that was almost finishing their degree. And I remember it was Dropbox with someone from MIT in their 4th year. Well, in fact, we haven't really thought about this. A first year student to come develop their idea and just leave their studies. Usually they continue with their degree, whether here or somewhere else, but they continue studying. A first year student with an idea. Well, we will welcome them in their incubator and provide orientation with the means necessary for them to develop the idea, or at least start the path of entrepreneurship. it's more difficult for students because they don't have so much time available. They are studying, they want to develop their ideas, and they don't have time for absolutely everything. But it is true that those students that start with us since the first year in the training that we provide, many of them come back. Yes, they come back, and we observe this. Maybe someone that comes to the creation training that is targeted towards first year students, but also other students can join in. You see that maybe in their fourth year, they also come to another training organized by us, but you haven't contacted them directly. They are the ones following us. Is it expensive to be part of the incubator? No, not at all. In fact, it's free for students. They have a space, co-working spaces, and you don't take a share of the company? No, wow, that's great. And do you have mentors? Yes, we have a team of consultants. And do they take any equity in the companies? Wow. So if you don't study in Deusto, can you apply for the incubator? Yes, because we have ways of you joining or having a link with us. And don't some of you don't realize, but providing equity is the most expensive way of funding your company for your whole life, because you give them some equity now when you have 3,000 euros, but it can go up to 3 billion, and you're giving percentages to everyone who are providing you with help. And at the end of the day, you don't take that much money, but it's better to sometimes to get a loan from the bank. Sometimes that not is not easy to do, and to give out so much equity, because the negotiation of that equity is therefore very important. Well, that was really interesting. Your mentors, because I've been a founder in the past. And I've burnt out many mentors. Some of this said, well, we were working every weekend and my wife is going to kill me. So what about your mentors? Do they continue providing help to the startup after the incubator program ends? Well, that depends on the link established between the entrepreneur and a mentor. The truth is that we have limited number of sessions, because if not, it would be impossible for everyone to have the same opportunities too. So that would depend on the relationship created between entrepreneurs and mentors. Okay, that's great. Now let's go on to Felisa Ramos. Felisa is manages Northwealth Capital, and families offices are probably the most silent investors. Some people don't even know that they exist. So my question is the following. Funds in general, venture capital has investors, because getting investment for a fund is as difficult as getting it for a startup. It's a very difficult world. You add some more zeros, but at the end of the day, it's very difficult. Does family office prefer to invest on venture capital or other kinds of funds, or do they invest more on startups? So what is your advice, or how do things work for you? Well, first of all, I would like to thank Teresa and her team for inviting me, and Deusto for hosting us in this wonderful place. I know we're doing not so good on time, so what is our advice in family offices? Well, in family offices, we have a team that works on the due diligence of the idea. The idea is validated. We look into the project. We going at an early stage. It depends. Sometimes we have wonderful ideas that are validated, and we see the structure, and we see if it's feasible or not, and we start with a minimum ticket. But usually we get in through equity, which is the most interesting thing for us. But there is no sector, because everything is more linked to technology, and there's not a sector where you want to have more opportunities. So the family office wants a sustainable and a profitable way of working with a specific risk, and you know what you have and what can be lost and what can be made. So when you think about family office, they invest in the stock market, in real estate, and some in technology. We get to the crisis, and by the crisis, I mean when money stops being free and you start paying for it. So you can invest on the um, other things that are providing a 3 or 4%. So does the family office continue investing in technology when there are other options to get a higher profit? I would say that mainly we invest in technology through regulated investments, and we have Microsoft, Apple, and all these other companies, and there's a great part of the money because they always have growth. They've been growing for many years, and if interest rates drop, they will continue with a profit. So we see lots of money moving around here, and also in startups that are in the seed stage or in venture capital, and our family offices then in venture capital, depending on the project. Maybe not with a big contribution, but there's a good business or brilliant idea, and there's visibility. Yes, we do get involved, but of course there's a significant due diligence. You need to meet the teams to see who's behind the project, looked at all the details in the project, and of course we work with them. And for you to understand, this is a way of financing through debt with a small equity quick kicker that is very favorable when you don't get money from the banks. So my next question is, an entrepreneur is going to go to get investment in forums by pitching in all competitions, fairs, but family offices are not there. So what do we need to do as entrepreneurs to get in touch with you? First of all, you have to be disruptive and find alternatives and think and see things in a different way. Speaking in forums like this one, meeting people, opening your mind, and finding those forums and communities that can contribute both financing, but also support through already existing networks, because you would be leveraging on what others are doing. And at the end of the day, don't forget that family offices are made out by business people, and they are working on their own project, but they also lead other projects. Yes, because family offices is a typical or a traditional industry that is doing well in their business and decides to invest in others. Up till now, industrial, because the world has been an industry-based world, but also you will see the family offices led by the technology industry too. Yes, yes. At the end of the day, the family office is a business, and its goal is to generate value through other businesses, not through one only model, but through different models by providing support, and sometimes through a stability model. And sometimes you go in and out, and you know that the project has a specific duration for you, but on other occasions you're involved throughout the life of the project. Felix, we have you online. Thank you for joining us. You know you are in Portugal, and I have a question for you because you're a stock investor. You're also a trainer on trading and a business angel, and you also invest in some funds personally. So why do you, as an investor, start investing on startups? Well, that's a very good question, Nina, and congratulations to the panel, because I've been listening to absolutely everyone, and you're incredible. So congrats. Well, it's exactly the other way around. I see trading and investment in the financial markets as a way of financing my activity as a business angel. This is something I discovered in 2016 when I got involved in the cryptocurrency system, investing in at early stages and understanding how this innovative funding model worked. And then my lovely Rocío that mentioned this in the previous panel. This became an idea that is now more and more present. So as I was saying, nowadays I want to invest in all startups. I fall in love with all entrepreneurs. This is something that usually happens, but I don't have the money to do so. But Felix, you also believe that when someone starts investing as a business angel, they cannot invest in one or two, because the probability of things working, it's not 100%. It's factly it's just the opposite, because you are an early investor, isn't that so? Yes, I usually invest in the seed stage, but I don't look so much at the valuation, because I sometimes understand it can be in an Israeli or American seed stage company. So the valuations are very different from a Spanish company that is at a further stage. So yes, I look to invest in the seed stage without looking so much at the valuation and what's the weight I'm going to have at the cap table. That is not going to be very high. So then you come a bit later. So you're an investor with more money because he invests in seed stage or in a series. But the later you invest, more probabilities of things going well. But I'm sure that when an investment fund or an investment institution or entity foresees that there's a percentage of losses or failures, but is this a 50% or what is, how do you forecast this? Well, I'm quite harsh. I'm not the best of business angels, let's say. So I demand a lot from the entrepreneur. So if I'm going to invest and I'm going to get my community of business angels involved, they need to deliver everything that we demand. We usually see things very quickly. You've been talking about something that I believe needs to become more tangible, and that's the business plan. Because the business plan on many occasions is just words and forecasts. But the key is that when we speak with the entrepreneurs, we need to understand the relationship between them, if there's several of them, if there's one only, to see what the real goal is and to understand if they just want to create a brand. Because sometimes you see they have a great idea that fits in very well, but you don't understand if the entrepreneur really wants to or can make this idea a reality. So the key is, do they really want to make money or just create a product and get many millions? And Nina, you have something that I really liked regarding equity and the equity funding, which is the most expensive one. And for me, that is a red flag. If an entrepreneur is financed by equity and it's something recurrent and it's not diluted, something that you can see, and they do not deliver so much cap table to be able to do more rounds in the future. These are red flags for me. And you see that the aim of them is the entrepreneurs maybe to create a good product at the end of the day, or they will do so because of the pressure of the investors, but it has to be the investors, the ones that make sure that this really happens, and not because the entrepreneur is really going to make this a reality. So when we talk about seed stage and I talk about selection of entrepreneurs, I don't look so much into the product. The product comes later. Of course, I look into it, but it's not the most important thing for me. I really look at the people. I want them to have a results orientation, which is really, really important. If it's someone that's always talking about the product, look at the product, see how good it is. We have a market for us and so on and so forth. And I ask them to talk about the marketing or sales strategy. Well, we're going to ask Teresa to organize a panel on what are the problems or what you do wrong when you create a startup, because this is really interesting. So you directly are going to be contacted by those that already have some traction, and you know that with you, with Sonia and some of Felisa's family offices, and maybe they come from Deusto, from the Deusto incubator, and with that joint venture and with the leverage of Repsol, everything will be solved. Isn't that so? Do you look at the investors that they already have? Yes, I like for there to be well-known investors because they had good networking, and this networking means that there's a good introduction to other venture capital funds that can contribute in the next round, and this is important for the survival of the startup. But I don't really look into that. Yes, let me add something, and excuse me, and then we will go on to the last question. Traditionally, the inventors that go behind want to see that there's a well-known investors, but we are aware the business angels have limited resources. So there are waves and trends, like for example, now 4 or 5 business angels are the trend, but when they spend all their money until the product is there or they exit, they cannot invest again. So not everyone is well known. So there's 8 to 10 that are well known, but 10 is a lot. There's some that have invested in more than 100, but these are super angels. But business angels usually invest 4, 5, 6 startups. They don't have that much money. And to finish, that's why we have financial markets, isn't that so? Thank you, Felix. So my last question is, what do we need to do? Because I recently read I read that investment last year in CEO women was at 1.2%. So we have to differentiate between having women in management, and traditionally there's many CMO market women, but it's different to have women CEOs. To invest in women CEOs, I believe is very important. Why? Because they are the ones that work double. And excuse me, I am a woman, but I believe that women are are hard workers. They demand less money, try to save more money in costs. So I don't know if you agree with me, but what are your recommendations to have more investment in women entrepreneurs? What would your recommendation be? Well, I would organize more conferences like this one, more visibility, more awareness, more believing in ourselves, supporting each other. That's fundamental for there to be more CEO women, to give a step further, something that sometimes we're not brave enough to do, and to believe that we all have the same limitations and we really contribute as women. Felisa? Well, clearly we need a cultural change as society. Here we need to be more mature, and that all the mechanisms increase the presence of women everywhere, and for this to really happen. To do this, we need more education and training from early stages. There's an entrepreneur and innovation culture. So do we need more Disney films where the princess is an entrepreneur? Probably, yes. Because at the end of the day, what we learn as children is something that we incorporate in a very natural manner. Our children speak in an inclusive manner. It's what they're listening to constantly. So everything they learn since childhood is something that becomes natural for you. So this is something that should be worked on since school age. Antonio, I know you've done something special at ENISA. Yes, it is good to organize conferences and so on and so forth. It's really important. But we also need to contribute with money, and this is what we've done in ENISA since 2020. With the European funds, we've created a line for women entrepreneurs with 51 million euros. One of the requirements is for someone in the team and the business team of those applying for the loan to be a woman. Do you know how many women CEOs you are supporting at ENISA? Is this something that you take into account? Well, women digital entrepreneurs uh, uh, and we've been funding companies since the year 82 when ENISA was created. We funded many women. It is true that we are observing an increase in applications coming from women, and then we have very well-known entrepreneur women like Ola Luz or Pastoret. So we funded companies with important women entrepreneurs, and we can speak about some that are almost unicorns now. Yes, we really deserve it. Yes, of course. Well, I'm going to turn things around because you talked about a 47% women. Yes, in this department, but not in the whole company. In the company, it's a 20%. But this is something that needs to be enhanced, and it's difficult to do so. In our case, because of the kind of company we are, we work only on technological training, and so our proposal, and we're really involved in this, and this is something that was mentioned by authorities, is to focus on STEM for education for girls. Are you a girl that likes science and technology? No worries, you will continue to grow on this. If we guarantee this, then we will be able to have a future of technological women entrepreneurs. So we have many initiatives to be able to achieve this. In our case, and for any kind of collaboration, the priority is for the strategy to fit in, because our aim is industrial transformation. So there's three main things that are included, which is circular economy and decarbonization, mobility and optimization of assets through AI, and so on and so forth. And in this specific case, we do not prioritize collaborations with women specifically, because the first thing is the strategy, but with those women entrepreneurs that we work with, because they are CEO of a startup that we've invested in, or because we collaborate with them, we give them as much visibility as possible. And regarding this, there's two key aspects to improve these ratios. First of all, to help generate this support networks, that networking that is so difficult to achieve, and to be able to have this support networks and visibility that has already been mentioned by the rest of the panel, because you need to have people you look up towards. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you here because we're almost finished. Sonia, what do we need to do? Well, we have to start with children and with STEM, promoting STEM for girls, as it was already said. But it's also interesting to have more women in the investment ecosystem, more partners of venture capital that have decision power. And it's important to also bring diversity and to have diversity in investment funds. And what about Felix? Felix, are you going to invest in more entrepreneurs? Well, I want them to have a good culture and good values. That's what's the main thing for me. Well, as you know, we're more and more aware. Now we're going to speak with Disney so that princesses become entrepreneurs. And we are growing little by little in a very robust manner. And now we give the floor to Veronica from AME that will be introducing the next panel on scale up and internationalization. Thank you.
Como tenemos un retraso considerable por
As there's
vamos a hacer el coffee break 15 minutos y volvemos rápidamente para recuperar el tiempo.
delay, let's just have a 15-minute coffee break, and then we'll come back to try to make up time. Let's now have some coffee and a little bit of networking, but just 15 minutes. Thank you.
La mesa de internacionalización, por favor, the floor is yours. ¿Qué tal? Sí. Sí.
La tuya es otra mesa. Buenos días.
Good afternoon. Welcome back after coffee. It was very refreshing. Let's now move on to the fourth panel session for today. We're going to analyze a major challenge, which is how we can scale up via internationalization. Before introducing you to the panelists, let's just have a look. Let's just watch a video. Good morning, I'm the Deputy Delegate from VIII. Thanks to SPRI Women, Inspiring Women's and Leaders in the Digital Era for allowing me to talk about this roundtable on new ways to scale up through internationalization. It's an honor to be with all of you to share these experiences and the challenges that we face when we try to internationalize our companies.
Buenos días.
Good morning. I'm Vanessa Alvarez-Flanco. I'm in charge of Market Intelligence Department of ICEX Spain, Exports and Investments. Several studies show that there's a lack of representation of women in international business. In fact, they only occupy 36% of those jobs that are linked directly to exports, which is actually a long distance from the active population, which is 46%. In fact, it's estimated that in Spain that only 1 out of 4 companies are owned by women when they export, and they tend to be smaller. That's why in the ISEX we're trying to encourage a greater female presence in internationalization with activities to broaden and diversify our export base and to attract talent. In recent years, we've launched several initiatives. We've got ISEX has the platform called Women Internationalization, a place where you can find interviews with female leaders internationally, and also a list of associations that are of interest and documents and information about courses which can help those women who want to internationalize. What's more, ISEX has set up the LinkedIn Women in Internationalization group, a place where you can exchange experience or find out about new events and new prizes. Since 2023, ISEX has been organizing an event called SAL, which is a way of networking and of generating knowledge on subjects that are relevant when encouraging a greater presence of women in international business. In ISEX, we do everything to put our initiatives and programs at the fingertips of women leaders in Spain so that together we can face the challenges of international markets. Now let's move on to the roundtable number 4. You know that scale up is a challenge. It's like the 3rd major stage of a company's life. You start with stand up, which is when you get up and do something. Then a startup, you incorporate as a company and you develop a company. And then the next challenge, which is how you move and scale up your products. That's why we've got a roundtable chaired by Alicia Cornornil, who's head economist at Singular Bank, and she's a great expert in macroeconomic issues. She has a monthly column in Actualidad Económica and Expansion, and she's a lecturer at the SIC on the economic environment. So Alicia, you're here to chair this. Thank you so much. Firstly, I'd like to say thanks to Teresa for inviting me here and the organizing committee to spend some time in this beautiful building at Deusto University and having 3 women that are example of entrepreneurial women that have reinvented themselves and that are clear on how important internationalization is. But before handing the floor to Arantxa, Stefania and Soledad, I would like to just say a few words that are linked to what the ISEX has just said to us, which is the importance of internationalization for any company to grow and how it can generate wealth in a country. We've seen that in the case of the Spanish economy, in the financial crisis, the reinvention of Spanish was thanks to these companies that were able to concentrate on the need to get out there, find new markets, new products, and showcase Spain's talent. I think we're aware of this, and perhaps now Arantxa and Stefania and Soledad could say more about this. We're aware of the fact that just slightly before the pandemic, with the trade war between the Trump administration and the Chinese government, but now after the pandemic and the events that we're seeing now geoeconomically, for example, with the Ukrainian war and the current situation in the Middle East, we now realize that we're in a new era where we need to change our paradigm when we think about internationalization. It may well be that this is a more volatile era in comparison to previous decades, with new monetary policies, a new interest rate and what we in Singular Bank call the 5 Ds, which are digitization, decarbonization, demographic change, that is leading to a lack of talent, and we'll talk about that, and also how companies should approach this new geo-economic scenario where we're seeing this deconfiguration of the international order that we understood it, and as we understood it in the past, with this new Cold War between the global North and the global South, and these trends to deglobalization or less globalization that we're seeing in initiatives in different countries in Europe, and this tend towards concentrating more on homeland economics, with the running the risk that by seeking strategic protection or guaranteeing the supply of key raw materials or essential goods in these new areas such as semiconductors or rare earths, we end up in a regulatory framework where there's more protectionism, or rather it's what you do is more frowned upon, and internationalization is affected by that. And this is something that a challenge that I think would be interesting to deal with these 3 entrepreneurial women. And let's start with Arantxa. Arantxa's online to ask her. She's currently co-founder and also in charge of people at Tokyo. She's going to explain to us what Tokyo does, but we'd also like to say that it's somebody that's known how to reinvent himself, which is very characteristic of the entrepreneurial world, because she started out work as an architect and a designer, and she's not only moved into the world of entrepreneurship, but also financial platforms, which is a bit of a big leap, bit of a big specialization leap. So what I'd like to broach with you and with Soledad and Stefania is, how do you broach, how does companies such as Tokyo broach this challenge of digitalization? What difficulties do you find along the way, and what are the opportunities in the new scenario that we see now? Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Firstly, thanks for inviting me, Teresa, and thanks for being with us today, Alicia. It's a real shame I can't be there this year on this occasion. In the future, I'm hoping I can. Basically, for Tokyo, internationalization was its strategy from the outset, because it's 100% organic growth of company, and we carried out a study the different market where we could grow in the long term, and that's where we planted our seed. It's true that we've got a third polo, which is Kenya, which came afterwards, but internationalization has actually really existed since our project was born. It's been a strategy. It's not something that we decided after we'd started the first stage. What we do in the end is to take the best that we've got from the markets, from a cultural viewpoint that gives us incredible wealth. We've got 19 different nationalities. As you know, those of us that know us, we are firmly committed to diversity, equality and inclusion ever since the outset. So the founders from the outset are diverse. That's our starting point. So really, from then onwards, internationalization is part of our DNA. How do we approach markets? With a great deal of enthusiasm, basically. We try to study them keenly first, and then be as flexible as we possibly can to try to pivot with this digitalization, which of course is changing. And fortunately, we have a network, which means that we can be omnipresent. But unfortunately, increasingly, changes happen in increasingly short period of time. So you need to be very, very agile in the way you manage your talent. That's perhaps where Tokyo's been successful when it's grown. Arantxa, we'll be coming back to what you've mentioned earlier, the idea of talent and how that's a vector of internationalization, but also we can see how countries compete for talent. Allow me now to hand the floor over to Soledad. Soledad is Global Director of ANTLER, which is a venture capital fund which has a presence in all 5 continents. And I'd like her to tell us the way you've internationalized, how you've managed to reach out to 27 cities in 5 continents, and what the challenges or the difficulties that you find now in this new era.
¿Ahora? Sí. Antes de nada, muchas gracias.
First and foremost, thanks, Teresa, for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. As Alicia said, I'm part of ANTLER, a venture capital fund which was set up 6 years ago in Asia, founded by Norwegians. Ever since we were set up, our DNA is to help entrepreneurs wherever they are starting, wherever their initial company is, to access international markets, to get quality mentors and quality capital. How do we go about that? We've got our own team in 27 different cities in all 5 continents. We've got our own in-house staff, our own regional funds that invest in these entrepreneurs, and a very connected network of all advisors and workers of ANTLER, so that when an entrepreneur needs it, they've got technology that might be in the US, and that entrepreneur might be in Spain, or in the Scandinavian countries, they need something that they produce in Australia. That's our obsession for the last 5.5 years, and something that we're achieving slowly but surely. Thank you so much, Soledad. And now finally, I'd like to introduce you to Stefania. Stefania is lead consultant at Factual, which is a R&D company which specializes in sustainability and in mobility. Stephanie also has experience in the Latin American market, so she can give us her vision of why the internationalization process is so important for Factual and how you're broaching and managing this. Firstly, I'd like to say thanks to Teresa. This might feel redundant saying this again, but every time I come to one of these events, you feel filled with vitamins and inspired. Around internationalization, it's vital for Factual and for everybody, really. As you said, this is a different era. Globalization, as it used to exist, no longer exists. In fact, there are certain areas of the world which are more determinant and more interesting for this process. Factual is a different part of all of this process, because I've been an entrepreneur now, so I know what the other side of things, and now I help entrepreneurs to join new markets or to get a foothold in Spain, and how Factual can help R&D projects in other companies. So what's important is to be prepared, of course, like everything, in addition to the fact that success is a result of attitude and luck to a certain state, but you need to be trained, you need to be educated. So see what you've got in your armory, how you can adapt to a country and how the country can adapt to you. This is something that is field work, but it's strategic work as well. You need to choose well where before investing. Yes, I think you're right. This is a risky environment at the moment, and everybody wants to reduce risks and concentrate on these continuous changes that we're seeing all the time. And this linked to one of the Ds that I mentioned before, the 5 Ds, is demography. I ought to say that we're in a changing socioeconomic surroundings where there are very different demographic patterns when you look at Europe and when you compare it with China. And I'm not only saying China, because China's also aging, but also Latin America, the African continent, and even parts of the Asia-Pacific region. In any case, we're seeing not only this disruption of artificial intelligence and the revolution that it can bring about in the labor market, but we're also seeing how companies that internationalize can also become global companies with a huge number of different talent profiles with all different nationalities from different cultures and vision. And to what extent is this talent also becoming a little bit more difficult to find? So, Arantxa, I'm going to start with you. How are you managing in Tokyo, or what's your opinion regarding how you should go about internationalizing talent in those companies that are already internationalized per se? And how do you feel about this lack of talent? If you do it from the outset, as I said, from a strategic viewpoint, it's actually easier. I think it's really important to understand what your target is, what sort of profile you're looking for. Define that really well. Start to create a map of jobs for your company. Understand what you're going to need for each of those processes to achieve a goal, whichever that goal that may be, which may be a stock exchange launching. Now we're looking at finding a financial support for Tokyo. We've realized that we need to be more flexible. I'm in contact with all kinds of associations. On many occasions, the talent that I achieve is actually abroad. I have to attract it to one of our poles, one of our centers, because we, at the end of the believe in this different figure to the one of employee-employee. We don't want to contract people per se. What we need is to create a culture, and that 100% remote work for us doesn't work. So we need some kind of value proposal, some kind of added value, as opposed to a huge company in the US that may be able to offer huge salaries. We have to offer something that's more attractive, where you provide benefits to those people that are going to collaborate with you, and where they can also be happy, where they can strike a work-life balance, which is, at the end of the day, what we want. The fact that we're in several markets at the same time means that it's easier for us to access all these kinds of people that may be thinking of a little bit of change or want to move. More recently, part of my budget is, in fact, it's huge, to get visas for these people, because many of them want to come to Spain or to London. Spain is very attractive for the majority of the people from Northern Europe or Africa or Asia, because of life quality, because of climate, and or another kind of approach, or because they want to then take the leap to Latin America, especially for managers. So you need to showcase lots of things, not just the economic side of things, but rather what these possible workers that are going to be collaborators of a company that have fantastic talent, what can attract them beyond simple salary. Thank you so much for your words. I'm gonna keep this message, this idea of creating culture, not just offering salaries. Soledad, you said you're in 27 countries, 5 continents. And from what Arantxa just said, how can you create a common culture, shared culture? And how can you incentivize people? Not just monetary incentives, of course, but how can you incentivize for such a wide diversity of stuff? And I'd like Stephanie and Arantxa, if anyone's got anything to add to this response. How do you approach this generational mix? Because we're also facing a challenge of how we can not just attract young talent, but also how can we keep or attract senior talent, people that have got a lot to contribute. What do you think, Soledad? For us, diverse nationalities is really important ever since we were born. Of the 240 employees that work for Antler, there are over 40 nationalities, so that might seem complicated to manage. So how have we manage to get everybody motivated, and how can we get that across to our entrepreneurs, because that's also key for us, so that they see us as an example. Although we're in a different country around the world, we have different time zones. We all want to share what we've got. I'm lucky that every week I can speak to people in Australia, India, and Japan, and that forces us, even if we're exhausted, even if we don't have much time in the day, to get into contact with the people who are around the world. And we do it also because we want to teach our entrepreneurs. Of the 950 companies in our portfolio, there are over 80 nationalities. That's incredible. And it's really important that entrepreneurs feel that we understand different cultures and that they are connected to each other. It's a value chain creation, which is spectacular for them as well. As for different age profiles, our youngest employee is 19, still at university. Our oldest employee, I think, is 65. We have advisors. They're a lot older than that. We think this is not related to age. A person that's been in the workplace for 40 years has got a lot to teach a 20-year-old entrepreneur. So we try to make sure we get into contact different people with different profiles, a 24-year-old with a 74-year-old. You may think that these people don't know about technology, but actually they know a lot and they can teach you a lot. Thank you, that's very interesting. Estefania, I'd like to know your viewpoint. But could you add something additional? Yes, I can add something new. I think this is a time of a great deal of polarization, political and social polarization. And it's a challenge for companies employing different nationalities. If it's a challenge within a country, inside domestically, what about internationally? What do you think about that beyond talent? There are several things that I could speak about them for hours, but let's try to be as brief as possible. Factor is a completely different reality. We've got 20 consultants in staff. We're much smaller, but from 12 different nationalities, which is incredible. And that means that's as a result of the work that we've done. We work on many European projects. We've got 34 different European projects over the last 5 years, which means that you work on different countries. So you're used to different partners. So you attract a lot of talent. What's more, Factual's in Barcelona, which is where all the foreigners that I know end up. I'm not saying anything against Madrid, but Barcelona has that ability to attract overseas talents. So how do you manage that diversity? How do you attract it? There are several ways, and the first way is related to age. The talent that you attract is young, and because of polarization, a lot of people think, oh, got MBA, so I'm going to be a consultant, because now you want technical profiles that haven't necessarily understood the same thing, and nor do they have the same background. And there the challenge is to share values or have some common values and build a culture, which Arantxa mentioned, so that it's shared by the whole of the company, because in the end this is a challenge, and the challenge of senior talent is even greater. So if you grow in that company and that company doesn't grow, you won't want to stay there, however much I give you an economic incentive. Yes, thanks. That I'll remain with that reflection, that in the words of now the honorary president of the business circle, is to have this same starting and innocent point, the same sort of show, so that you can share the vision of where all be rowing together in the same direction in the same boat. So let's leave it there. We've been asked to make up for lost time, and we've tried to do that as best as we can. Thanks to Arantxa and Soledad and Estefania for sharing these words with us. Thank you.
Egunon.
Good morning. We are now in panel session 5. We are asking everyone to speak briefly because we will have some time for networking. So as I was saying, this is panel session 5, which is the only one that will happen in English because it will be moderated by Cristina Gerard-Quites, CEO of the University of the Singularity University in Australia. And today they will speak about high impact practices globally to close the digital gender gap. So they will be explaining how at a global level, because in the year 2000 the world changed with technology. And today we will be hearing about specific cases. Before we've talked about what's important, it's what's being done. So thank you, Teresa, for inviting me. And now we give you the floor. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Garbiñe.
Thank you, Garbiñe.
I've been listening to the translation, which has been super cool. Buenos tardes, mi nombre es Cristina Gerard-Quites.
Good afternoon. I'm Cristina Gerard-Quites. I'm a digital woman, and I'm so very pleased to be with all of you here.
Thank you. Thank you. But I'm going to persist. Every year I leave here and I go, I'm going to learn Spanish, and I'm going to persist. And I think persistence is something that women in technology absolutely need to do. So I'm also going to persist in please take photos, please share pearls of wisdom from all the panelists. Don't forget the hashtags, hashtag Soy Digital Woman, hashtag IWDL24. So let's get the word out there and share as much of the wisdom that you're hearing today with as many people as we can. Women make a difference. We've shaped societies, we've shaped families, we've shaped businesses. We guide, we counsel, we nurture, we love. Now more than ever, we need to ensure impact for generations to come. The world needs a lot of love right now. We give love and we bring success. I'd like to ask you to turn your attention to the screen. We've got a couple of panelists that have sent in messages.
As I'm on my way to China right now, I would like to convey my messages to all the participants in the 8th edition of this event in Bilbao. It is proved that companies with women on their boards perform better in the stock market. Study also shown that gender-diverse teams outperform the single-gender decision-makers. The Harvard Business Review article also noted that companies with diverse leadership are 70% more likely to capture new market and have 19% higher revenues. Last year, 52 Fortune 500 listed companies are led by women CEOs, an all-time high, up from 44 the year before. Meanwhile, this number was just as low as 15 in 2010. Talking about women in China, In the public sector, I observed a big improvement over the past years. Especially in the private sector, women are already key factors in the creating new business and profitable business. Thanks a lot for the extraordinary effort Teresa Alagos and her team have injected in this platform to encourage young women. Together we make progress, and jointly we make the world better. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. And if you keep your attention to the screen.
Hi everyone, this is Soledad Antelao Toledano. First of all, thank you to the women startup community for inviting me to their event one more year. This year we are talking about building a sustainable future, and I would like to send a brief message about closing the digital gender gap, which is still a critical issue that requires combination of global and local strategies. I would like to highlight the number one thing, which is always education and skill development for girls and women around the world. Access to technology, especially in marginalized areas where people cannot always access even to the internet. Policy and advocacy, keep pushing through the government and organizations about developing policy that promote equal access to technology for all genders. Mentorship and role models, always the best way to highlight what other women are doing so girls and women around the world can look up to. And especially these days, I will say we need to put the focus on building safe and inclusive spaces where we all feel like we can speak up, for example, and keep cultivating public and private partnerships, because we still need to encourage these collaborations between government, private companies, and non-profits, etc., on an international level. And we still need to be always vigilant and keep an eye so we don't lose any rights and we don't undo all the path. We don't undo all, the work we have achieved in the last few years. So thank you so much. I hope you're having a great event. Bye.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the panelists a question in a minute. What you'll notice from what the two videos mentioned was the collaboration, the spirit of togetherness, and that's what we're doing here today. And what we're here to do is share our hacks, if you like. How do we help people listening get to where you all are in half the time? So think of it as that digital hack. Can I ask you to share something with the audience by way of introduction that they can't read about you on LinkedIn and that they may not be able to find in the bios that you presented? So, yeah, thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Garbiñe, for organizing such a great event. I am Mariluz Buenaga. I am lecturer and researcher here at the university, so I am at home, really. And I am among the things I do, and it is in LinkedIn indeed, but I would like to highlight the Inspira STEAM project that the rector also mentioned yesterday. It's a project to encourage young girls to pursue a technological career, to be interested in the fields of science and technology. We do it with a mentoring program with STEAM professionals, mainly women and also some men, who in a volunteer way work with students, with 10, 12-year-old students. They work about stereotypes, about their careers. They are close role models for these girls and boys, but mainly with a focus on boosting and on breaking this gender gap at early ages. We have been working more than 8 years with thousands of families, students, and teachers in Spain, in Chile, and Argentina. And we truly believe that the education and the socialization process of these young people is crucial for the future empowerment of the girls. Our claim is inspire today to build tomorrow, and this is something that we work on every day. Thank you.
I think, and it takes entrepreneurs to be recalcitrant. So the first person I asked broke the rules. But anyway, that's good. Thank you very much. Valerie?
Hello. I'm sorry, I won't speak in Spanish. And one of the reasons is that 10 years ago, I was excited to come to this place to study. So I was like, great, I'm going to add Spanish as my language. Then I came, and I found that at the university, the policy was that people speak Euskera. I learned a few words. I wanted to salute first before I introduce myself, this place that received me more than 10 years ago. It was part of my training on human rights, and I started in Lido, in the European Center for Human Rights. It's a program of 41 universities from Europe. And the second part, you get to go in one of the 41 universities. My subject thesis was from the spoils of war, I'm talking about women, to political partners. UN Resolution 1325 and its impact on women in the Great Lakes, Burundi, Rwanda, and Congo. Among the 41 universities, nobody was interested in my subject. But there was a man who's from this university, Professor Felipe Gomez Issa. He came to me and said, we want that subject. So I would like to salute all these men who really are willing to support women and to advance women issues. I want to salute Professor Gomez. I hope I'll get to see him before I leave. My name is Valerie Masumbuko. I'm the founder of Harambee. Harambee means working together. It's a Swahili name. Harambee business. Harambee means working together. For people who like music, Bob Marley's wife made a song out of this expression, Harambee. I'm a founder of this Harambee business. I'm also a co-founder of Africa United for Democracy, which is the only thing that is written on my LinkedIn. I would like also to say that I'm probably influenced by the African culture where we do more than we talk or write about ourselves. Mr. Traore, who is in the room, will know that we don't speak about ourselves. We have people we call, I forget the name, it will come, who speak about us. So I have a lot of things that I haven't written on my LinkedIn, and I'm going to correct that. So as a founder of Harambee, I'm going to develop that in a few moments. But I'm also somebody who, wherever I am, I try to close gaps as much as I can, gender gaps. If it's in an institutional setting, in a recreational setting, when I see kids, so I got also to work professionally on those issues with the United Nations and international organization. I'm a motivational speaker with the concept Destin de Chef, a destiny of leadership for women, because I believe we are predisposed to become leaders, but some of us do not get the opportunities, the proper opportunities. So I am that also. I'm a writer. I'm on my second book, and I coach writers. I'm a mom, and I am a woman, and I'm really happy to be one who tries to contribute as much as she can.
Thank you. I'm actually going to go to the screen. I'm going to go to Paul's iPad, who is really Anu Singh. So, Anu, what can you share with the audience?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm from Johannesburg, South Africa. I guess what you wouldn't read about me on LinkedIn is the fact that I'm very passionate about education. And my belief is, you know, if you educate a woman, you educate a nation, as the saying goes. And to my mind, that is actually going to help us, especially in Africa, deal with a number of the socio-economic inequalities that we experience here. And technology in particular can help us bridge that digital divide and that educational divide where we can reach masses of people. And I think that that is super critical. And that's what we need to support going forward, and would welcome anybody who wants to participate in educating people in Africa using technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
Hi, my name is Lisa Neuberger Fernandez. I'm going to start by saying Esqueri Casco. Thank you for inviting me here. My family, my husband is from Bilbao and went to Deusta, so it's really very special for me to be here with you today. In 25 years as a serial entrepreneur working at Accenture and then a startup and then now starting my own startup just last week with my husband. So yes, this is a big step. I've learned and come to believe that anybody can be an innovator if you're equipped with the skills and the mindsets and the resources and the networks to do so. I've done a lot of research over the years to identify what are those skills, what are those mindsets, and they're the things that you would imagine. Skills like being able to be a great communicator, being able to influence people, being able to make that pitch. Mindsets like optimism, believing in yourself and believing that you can create the future that you want to see, and having that grit, resilience, and adaptability, as you said, to ride the waves, because anything that you're trying to create, anything that doesn't exist already today, you're going to hit some speed bumps. You're going to have some challenges, and so the ability to keep dynamic and keep riding those waves is really critical. And the hack that I'd like to share, I remember hearing this great piece of advice from a woman who I worked with at Accenture, who's now the CEO. And this was several years before I became a managing director, and she was very senior, so I paid a lot of attention to what she was saying. And we were sitting outside in the car in front of the client's office where we were just about to go in, and she said, let's take a minute, and I'd like you to imagine 1 year from today, we've had great success with this client. We've achieved everything that we wanted to happen. And I'd like you to visualize we're standing on the stage at an event. This client is talking about what we've done with this NGO to promote youth and bring them into the working world. And what does it feel like? And what is he saying? And what has occurred? Imagine that. If you can imagine that, you can create that. And that is an incredibly powerful and empowering thing to say to somebody and to think about. If you can imagine the future and really try to make it very concrete, and you can make it happen. So I leave that with you as a, kind of a future forward hack.
Thank you. And I'll just tell a very short story about that. We ran a moonshot, what we call a moonshot workshop for a group of people. And one of the groups actually said, we're going to create water out of thin air. And I went, well, actually, by the way, it's already been done. And here's where you can go to. So anything you can imagine can eventually be accomplished. So we call that impossible to possible. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm going to go to the screen again. Patricia? You're on mute. There has to be one every time, doesn't there? Thank you so much.
Good morning. Sorry for my voice. I want to say that being here made me feel really, really lucky this morning with my colleague, a speaker in this round table, and with us attracting a brilliant moderator as you. Before introducing myself, I want to give my special thanks to Teresa Alarcos, because she is a non-stop woman that is inspiring always this dialogue, this discussion. I think she gives a value to the community of startups all over the world, really, really important, and is inspiring as well for me. About me, I can say that I'm professor at Malaga University, But I would like to explain that I have an extensive experience in the productive sector as R&D consultancy and advising supporting a startup in my previous career. And I have compatibilized or conciliate my role of academic and researcher more than 5 years with my labor in the productive sector. This is my obsession because I want to give to the society a value with my research. And this is the cause or the origin of my collaboration with Women in Startup community, because the result could be interesting, like the observatory that I will introduce in this roundtable in few minutes when we finish with the introduction or the presentation of ourselves. I want to say as well that I belong in a research group that is specialized and focused specifically in led women startup, so it's really specific, a focus really concrete. And we have nice news because Ministry has granted this group in a national project of generating of knowledge. So this is like an unicorn in startup environment, and I'm really lucky because we have the support and more source for develop our activity, research activity, with another colleague in other university of Spain, but especially in Malaga University. So I'm passionate of this discussion. I have enjoyed the other roundtable and the other discussion, and I would like that this moment or this time could be an opportunity to change the world. Maybe it's ambitious, but we have research or find some solutions, some proposals, some inspiring initiatives like you done, and maybe we can propose some specific thing for have a society more inclusive, give more value to the women in the economy, in the innovation, whatever. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Gilan, we'll go to you, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Shailan, and it's really wonderful to see you again, Christina, and the ladies, and also thank you very much to Teresa, especially. I was thinking this morning, it's 5 years since, almost 5 years since we first met, and that I became part of this really incredible community. So thank you for having me here with you this year, albeit sadly not in person with you. So I have a multi-sectoral mandate. I work at an international organization. I'm based here in Switzerland at the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, the IUCN, where in fact Spanish is one of our 3 official languages. So I've got some work to do on that as well. I lead the blended finance efforts that invest in development projects globally. Prior to that, I was a green fintech startup founder, having started my career a couple of decades ago as a banker in capital markets. And if it's in terms of a hack and really listening, hopefully complementary to the inspiring advice that my esteemed peers have been given, and it's really some advice that I seem to have been giving quite a few people lately. I feel that there's an abundance of talent in the world, but that confidence is sometimes really greatly lacking. And so if this advice resonates with at least one person in this room today, I'm leaving a happy girl. We have an expression in Arabic: everything has its season, and that's what's propelled me. What this means is, don't be afraid from being removed from a situation, but more importantly, don't be afraid or apologetic from removing yourself from a room or a situation if it no longer serves your aspirations or is not in alignment with your values. There's a better room waiting to embrace you. Elevation requires boldness, so trust your instincts also. I think that's another key piece of advice. And be bold, really, to honor your highest purpose. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you. And Maria Pia.
Well, hi, my name is Maria Pia. I'm Chilean, but I live in Italy. I have been in Europe the last 4 years now. I am a token economist, expert on real assets. As well, I have been former board member of regulated financial institutions. I'm the last, I would say, 4 years, I have been board member of tech-listed companies in Europe and the United States. Professor at the MBA of the Catholic University in Chile regarding foresight and disruption in new business models in Web3, of course. I chair the Chilean chapter of the 30% Club. That is a global initiative that's engaged with chairmen and CEOs of the largest company worldwide to promote more diversity in boards. And also, since this week, I'm a student. I'm studying creative coding, finally, on video animation in a Mexican university. And well, I have been in a while, like 5 years, trying to promote more diversity, especially in Chile and Latin America. And what I've seen mainly is that life skills that are soft skills that are not really soft, that's very hard, are key. Because as you mentioned, you need to navigate. You can be an entrepreneur, you can be on a company, a corporate, and you always need to understand codes, be able to communicate in their language, but keeping your authenticity. And especially the last years that have been very challenging. Imagine, setting here in Europe during the pandemics. It was not easy, especially in Italy. And I have seen that when you have challenges and even failures, or sometimes have been the most amazing opportunity for learning and to leap on developing these skills. And when you discuss about failure with other women and we open ourselves to tell our stories, what we have been go through, and how we have faced and overcome them, this helps to reduce the time of getting up and understanding, having a different perspective. That's why events like these are very, very important, not just because of the conversations that we are having in the panel, also because of the conversations that we are having on networking or sometimes having breakfast, during these days. So thank you, Teresa, because these really, these are key. But finally, it depends on us, because, talking about failure on a society that just, promotes success is not easy, because you become vulnerable. But I would say, not sometimes, always vulnerability can also be your main asset to engage and connect, because we are all people. Everyone that today is in a top position has failed, and probably has failed on a crucial conversation or in their private or their personal life. So sharing this experience can help us to reduce the time of leading and have much more leadership positions.
So clearly I failed, because I did say everybody was to speak for 1 minute. Nobody stuck to that, but celebrating success one failure at a time, I'm going to go with it. I ask you to maybe keep the next answer to 2 minutes, and we're still going to go over time. Lisa, you co-authored Rebalance, How Women Lead, Parent, Partner and Thrive. Can you talk about the 3 levels of leadership in the book?
Yes, thanks. I'd love to talk about the 3 levels of leadership, which are a path to leadership that work for men and women. But here we're talking about how to evolve things for women. Let me just tell you very briefly why this book, and then I will tell you the leadership lessons, and we'll be in under 2 minutes, I promise.
I'm not really timing, I'm sure Teresa is.
This book was our COVID project. So back in 2010, I co-founded a women's group in Washington, D.C. called Thrive. And it was a group of moms, purpose-driven moms, working to advance their careers, but also to keep it all together, to grow a thriving family, to stay healthy, to build a community around us, and to have an impact in the world. And when the COVID hit in 2020, we were having a walk and talk with the other co-founders, and we decided to start on this book journey. And the journey was all about taking time to pause during the pandemic and just reflect on the wisdom that had come out of 10 years of monthly lunches with this really incredible group of women. And so we tried to pull out the stories and the insights. One of the insights that we found from our conversations, and if you think about 10 years of conversations, they often covered things about health, about raising kids, sometimes about our husbands, although they often get shortchanged in these kinds of groups, and then always about work and how to deal with challenging situations at work. And the patterns started to emerge about how we act as leaders at work. And we realized that level 1 leadership is about handling your own self on a day-to-day basis and dealing with the stresses that exist in the world every day. You know, many things can happen. You're juggling all types of things. Your boss may ask you to do something that may use a funny tone. So how are you going to deal with that? How do you find your own peace, your own calmness? Do you meditate? Do you take a run in the morning? Do you talk with a friend? Whatever it is, take care of yourself. And that's kind of where it starts. And, you know, a good image for this is on the airplane when you're flying. And the first thing that you hear always before a flight is if there's a change in air pressure, take that mask and put it on yourself first. Because if you faint, you're going to make a much bigger problem for everybody around you, even for a child. Put your mask on first and then take care of people around you. And that's really the message. That's level 1 leadership, is to be healthy and productive yourself so you can lead. Level 2 leadership is when you think about your team and you think about how can I build a thriving team? What can I do? And when I receive pressure and when I receive a lot of tension from somebody else in the workplace, let's say it's your boss, how do I keep that, deal with that, and not pass it on to my team? You know, the phrase, the image that you have is something bad happens to you at work and you come home and you kick the cat, the poor cat. So how do you avoid that and learn how to manage your stress and to build a thriving team? That's level 2 leadership. And really hard to do. I think it's one of the things that I worked on many years at Accenture is how to really deal with that, build a team. But level 3 leadership, this is something that really amazed our group of women in DC when we realized that as hard as it was for many of us to deal with level 1 leadership, take care of ourselves, level 2 leadership, build a thriving team, given everything that was going on, we noticed that some of the women among us, including this incredible woman who will not be named, who works in a very large government organization in the United States, in Washington, with really stressful leadership teams, you know, at the very top. She took it upon herself to try to change the culture of that organization, the culture of her team, to really believe that, you know, a toxic culture was not necessary and that there was a different way. And so we were so inspired by what she was putting forward, and we thought that that's really level 3, is that you don't believe that this environment needs to stay that way, or you don't believe that, you know, this community needs to stay broken in this way. You believe you can change something really fundamental, and that's level 3. So these concepts, I think, will resonate throughout the rest of the conversations here as we talk about different things for women leaders. There's how you handle yourself, how you build your team, your organization, and then how you kind of work at the systems level.
Love it, thank you. The book's Rebalance, if anybody wants to purchase it. Ghislain, that's kind of a really good segue into, we know that unfortunately many organisations just want to tick the box around inclusion, and I'm going to ask you, how do we ensure that it's not just a tick-a-box exercise, that we really do have inclusion and empowerment within workplaces? What's your experience?
Yeah, sure. So just to kind of contextualize the work that I'm doing at IUCN, which really involves working closely with investors who in turn work closely with project developers, mainly in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. And for us, the gender lens is really an integral part of the project thesis and within the broader context of Indigenous peoples and vulnerable communities. purely because many women in many jurisdictions face huge discrimination of economic and social legal rights. How this translates, and the three key aspects that I'll touch on, hopefully keeping within the time, though they're through the lens of the projects that we see, I believe transcend these and really into the startup investment worlds and the other organizations that we've all been exposed to. The first, which Lisa, kind of just spoke about, is leadership, and that is really through ensuring that both the right framework and sound governance structures are in place from inception. Anytime later, really, it becomes more complicated to influence the right culture. What's interesting, there have been studies by both the IUCN and the World Bank demonstrating how, for example, women play a very important role in the management of key land and water resources, driving innovation and solutions in cross-border settings, because they're mainly the key holders of knowledge across the globe in these aspects. And it was found that where there was sound governance practices, with women afforded equal opportunity into leadership positions, to make the key resource allocation decisions, benefits were achieved for everybody, and including creation of economic profits. And I know that's something that's been touched on as well previously today. Beyond that, but supportive of best governance practices is effective company, but also really looking at regional and national level policies, because these play a large role in creating the right enabling environment. So I guess a question for everybody to think about is, what action can each one of us here today take to be the architects of this? Secondly, education. So if we take the example of the informal economy around the globe, so for example, jobs that are collecting plastic, these consist predominantly of women. Do we consider it acceptable to simply formalize their jobs, or do we want to ensure their education to raise their status and in turn raise our global potential too? And lastly, but hugely imperative, it's all great having the frameworks and the governance and all of us meeting and gathering, but we can't change what we're not identifying and ensuring that there are meaningful indicators that we're tracking and reporting on. So really being thoughtful, being specific and clear about what we're trying to measure and translating that into transformational effects over a meaningful period of time and in a consistent manner, so that over time, there should be a clear alignment and a bridging the gap between declarations and impacts, and really creating momentum and having the actions surpass the words.
Thank you. That education gives us a very nice segue into Marie-Luc, because you work with children 10 to 12 years old, promoting female vocations in STEAM fields, and I love STEAM rather than STEM as well. You mentioned when we spoke about young girls' self-perception being shaped by society, by communities. Can you expand on that and how it relates to the gender gap?
Yeah, even before being born, we are shaping the life of these babies. We have expectations about how they will look like, which sport they will practice, how their personality will be, if they will study in the university and so on. And this keeps going with socialization and educational processes, with books, with films, with media, with social networks. There are like drops that we throw every day. And these expectations are different if you are a girl or a boy. And this has a very high impact in the self-perception of girls, mainly. So these expectations of the girls are impacted by all these things that in an unconscious way, we are shaping these expectations. With 6 years old, girls think that smart people are male. So they don't see themselves as smart. We transmit them the message that they are hardworking, that they are organized people, but smart are male peers. And this digitalization technology has a lot to do with smartness, with brilliant people, with successful people. So girls at young age don't see themselves as appropriate in this field. So I agree that we have to be very aware of the role models we transmit to the young generations. We have to show them successful women, passionate about their work, but also ordinary women, people who have failed in many facets of their lives, and perfection. I mean, that we are not perfect, and we have overcome some barriers or not, and that we have a plain life beyond our profession. So this is what we work with young girls, so they can freely choose whatever they want, without being conditioned by a stereotype, by the biases and so on. So
thank you.
Thank you very much.
We've just been given a bit of a hurry up, so I'm going to quickly go through, because everyone has something very important to say. Patricia, you might be able to share with us a couple of sneak previews. So if you can share with us those sneak previews on some of the research from the work of the University of Malaga that aligns and is promoted by W Startup Community in like 30 seconds.
Yes, of course. My participation here has sense to explain precisely the setting up of the Women Startup Community Observatory. Is a study that is entitled Women Innovative Entrepreneurship and is a specific focus on lead women startup. This is a pioneering study work promoted by the Women Startup Community, and he has a precedent in 2020, presented during the pandemic. Instead, I want to say that this new observatory has novelties and a new approach, introducing something really interesting like innovation model management in women-led startups, and as well we analyze the effects on the pandemic. I don't want to say a lot of finding or result about the observatory because we are going to present these detailed results in the next March, so I don't want to be a spoiler about ourselves, but it's true that I can emphasize that pandemic has been a really interesting point in our study, because not only a lot of case of startup has been generated during the pandemic as consequence of the opportunity that this unprecedented crisis has offered, provides for entrepreneurship. If not, there are most of cases of startup, women startup, that change not the business model, the business management, optimizing the time, the meeting online, for example, are something that are really interesting for generate value in her business, on their business. I want to say that the analysis includes a lot of things. In the first block, we analyze the profile of the women entrepreneurship, the motivation, the qualification, the self-confidence in themselves, and another factor, really studying the literature and in this kind of studies. And after we analyze a lot of variables that allow us to characterize the startup, for example, the investment in R&D, the financiation, internationalization, some topic that we are discussing in this forum.
Patricia, I might pull you up there and very much look forward to it coming out. We're going to have to move through because I'm getting wind-ups all over the place. Thank you for sharing that information, and we look forward to the results coming out very soon. Valerie, women, innovation, opposite quadrants, in 30 seconds or less, how have you brought these two together in Africa?
Hello. I do bullet points, and then we can have a separate conversation. Our innovation is looked at different levels. We think that as much as we want to bring innovation and technology, we also have to look at why things haven't worked so far. So a few gaps. The development historically in Africa was detached from cultural context, was imposed on us, so which made women removed from the context why traditionally women were at the center of development. We have 350 million in 5 years of young Africans graduate without any job, and of which 54 will be women in 5 years. So what are the response of Harambee to this? First and foremost, we want to bring back the values, the human values in the business. And this restoration starts by bringing a business, social, a certain aspect of the business, like, for example, solidarity economy, because we have all seen that wild capitalism is good, but it kills a lot of human values. Respect and protection of the environment, bringing back the women and her leadership traits in the development and the business. When I say women development leadership traits, I'm not saying they are genetically acquired. I'm just saying that a woman has been involved into, dealing with the environment, protecting the family. All these issues require negotiation, they require patience, they require management, beautiful skills that can be used and taught to the young generation to bring the business, to bring human values into the business. What we do is that we want to have a culture conversation between innovation, technology, and culture. What do I mean by that? It means that we need to have people comfortable with their culture, and then they receive technology and include the aspect in their culture. I'll give a simple example. I received a gift from South Africa Innovation Hub, and it's a Bluetooth speaker, but it's done in an African art, and it's very appealing to me. But that is a simple example. But what I wanted to say is that we as African and young Africans, we do not want to miss out this technology revolution like we missed the industrial, like our fathers missed the industrial revolution because we were not using the cultural context to inform development. That is where innovation is. And the gender gap means we bring back the leadership of the women at the center of all this, and we'll move forward very quickly.
Thank you, that's amazing. Anu, I'm going to say 30 seconds or less, and I know it's probably going to go longer. The roles of HR, leadership, closing the gender gap, what are the true early adopters doing in this movement?
So, I mean, as we all know, more women than men left the workplace during the pandemic, sadly, because they ended up having to take on a lot more of the home and childcare responsibilities. And so sadly, that means from a numbers game, we've regressed a bit. But I think, what people are doing is looking at flexible working arrangements, for women. There's also the issue of menopause that nobody talks about, right? They say that at the moment there are more women moving into this in the workplace, so into the 50 plus age bracket, and in fact in the UK, the stats show that menopausal women are the fastest growing demographic in the workplace. So as some of you might know, these mean, hot flushes, fatigue, anxiety, etc. These affect your ability to concentrate and to function. So, people are looking at, flexible working policies, so it allow you to do that. I think, what's important also is to be able to speak freely. As women, we shouldn't be ashamed to talk about, the challenges that we experience. And I think, it's critical that, we have role models, and the sisterhood in particular is something that will take you far. In Africa, we have a saying, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with others.
Thank you. That's a beautiful point to end on. I hate to cut you off. There's so much more to talk about.
No problem.
Maria Pear, my rebel without a cause, my rebel with a cause. You've written a book, Rebel Women in the Digital Renaissance. As fast as you can. I've got 2 please finish notes here. Okay, what can you share?
I don't know if we spoke last year about this, but if you have the opportunity, try to look for the book, The Rebel Talent of Francesca Gino. She speaks about 5 traits for rebels. Rebels are not considered in this book as a person. Are you going to speak positive? rebels are considered people that have a different point of view. So visionaries that disrupt and challenge, mainstream. So, and the traits are regarding authenticity and diversity, and because Christina, you are kind of in a hurry. But what I want to say is that finally, authenticity, and you have to move forward, being yourself, give your best. And what I already said, Christina, life skills, that negotiation, crucial conversations. There are a lot of books. There are a lot of, amazing women to get inspired. Also, so males that, sorry that you're in a hurry. You're super in a hurry. Yes, I know.
And listen to all.
But I can't. Just to end, I want to recommend you Christina's book that speak about failure and success, about stories of women that have been entrepreneurs and how they have overcome their failure, and they just use that failure or that experience to leap into 2 steps forward and arrive to success. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. Now you've surprised me. We went down last year.
I'm happy because, she always surprised me with the questions.
Thank you to the panelists. We're going to have a photo taken. I'd like to introduce you. Are we going for lunch, or am I introducing to the next photo? Yes, we're going to do the photo. But I'm going to introduce you to the next table, which is... so the introduction person of the next table is Aitor Bergara, who's director of EHU Quantum Centre, who's going to introduce the round table. What I'd like to say while we're having our photo taken is that ideation without execution is hallucination. Please take something and act on it before the end of the day that you've heard from these amazing women that I had to hurry up. Sorry. Thank you. And it's been my pleasure to actually work on your new show. Thank you. No sé. ¿Está abierto?
Bueno, en primer lugar, muchas gracias, Irache, por la invitación para estar aquí presentando.
Firstly, thanks to this team that's here, and I'm going to introduce you to this next panel session. I'm Aitor Bergara. I'm the director of VIII Quantum Centre. This research centre is a research centre which belongs to the University of the Basque Country and includes around 100 researchers, and they research quantum physics. Quantum physics is an old theory, it's over 100 years old, which was developed as a result of the need to understand how subatomic and atomic particles behave. And for that, it was necessary to use maths. You couldn't explain this behavior using normal language. It's a theory that's been really successful in the 20th century. The progress that was made have been led by quantum physics. We have computers because we managed to understand how semiconductors understand thanks to quantum physics. Lasers, for example, are just a sort of interesting thing as a result of things that happen in quantum physics. And nowadays, all communication related technologies are laser-based. Recently, we've made a new step forward, which is the fact that new technologies allow us to handle atoms. And this is a complete paradigm shift. This is called the second quantum revolution. Probably the paradigm of this is the quantum computer, which allows you to carry out super quantum computation. And I say that because an agreement's been made recently with IBM to install a quantum computer here in the Basque Country. But it's not the only tool that you have in quantum computing. We also have quantum sensing, which allows us to detect atoms, molecules at a very, very precise, specific level with just limited amounts of material. And here I should also add the investment and initiative that's going to be made locally by the Vizcaya provincial government with the installation of the Industrial Vizcaya Quantum Hub, which will have as its main aim that of launching throughout the whole of Spain different quantum areas, including sustainability, which is the subject that we're going to be talking about at this panel session. So without further ado, I'm going to hand the floor over to Maria Luque, who's going to chair this panel session. Thank you.
Buenos días, buenas tardes. Yo, si me lo permite la organización.
If the organizers allow me, I want to see the public really well. I'm going to change to see you well before lunch break. Thanks to Aitor for your introduction. I also have to say thanks to Teresa for having generated this fantastic space, which is so open so that we all ourselves to talk about technology. We talk about economic progress, we talk about efficiency, optimization, and we've open enough to sit down and think about what the purpose of technology is. What's the purpose of this technological development? What are we using technology? Not only this, but how? How I can form a part of this technological progress and how other people who are not lucky enough to be in my position can form a part of this technological progress. For me, and I'm going to share a little bit of information which I received recently, the type of space that of this Congress ever since yesterday is a sort of a quantum space. Why is it quantum in nature? Because when I start to speak and you pay attention, our brains start to synchronize. This is something that has been scientifically proven. Our brains start to synchronize. That you can see that in a resonance image, and that helps us understand each other the moment we pay attention. And at a very, very basic level, the level that we don't see, which is something that's invisible for the human eye, we're actually continually exchanging information. Quantum physics studies precisely at this level in this invisible world how this happens, How do we get this exchange of information? How does it happen? How does it come about? And the cohort of entrepreneurs and innovators that I have here on my right are people who are in charge of getting this knowledge of what is quantum and then changing the worlds with that, using cybersecurity activities, by developing new activities in biology, health, by drugs, and these people helping us look at how we can face the world in the coming decades. So I'm going to say welcome, firstly, to Carlos Kaszowski, who's the CEO of Q-Centroid startup. Don't worry, I'll introduce you as you come. We've got Natalia Maiso, who's director of the public sector for the Northern Zone and Quantum Field Ambassador at Microsoft. Danielle Gonzalez, who's COO of Quantum Mads, and Yusuf Traore, who's a deep tech investor, as well as many other things.
So in this panel session, we're going to speak about quantum computing to accelerate sustainability. Complex when many of us don't understand quantum physics. So let's leave aside the expectation of understanding the basics of physics and let's go to the practical application of quantum physics in our day-to-day life. So first question today is, first of all, explain or let me know who you are and introduce yourselves. And on the other hand, how do you believe quantum physics and quantum computing are contributing to our daily lives, and how from your organizations you address this? Who would like to start? Maybe you, Carlos? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks to Teresa for organizing this wonderful event, and Maria. First of all, let's not fear quantum computing. Which Richard Freeman, for example, said, or he's is said to have said that those that understand quantum mechanics either are crazy or are lying. So, first of all, quantum computing has the potential, and we will repeat the term potential, of solving problems that we cannot solve nowadays. So we work in optimization, simulation, and also problems that have to do with being more precise and linked to machine learning. At the end of the day, our lives is full of this kind of problems. So our view in Q-Centroid is for quantum computing, allowing us to solve the most complex problems in the world having to do with climate, health, and so on and so forth. And we want to make quantum computing accessible in a user-friendly way to different kinds of companies to accelerate the solving climate problems. So it's wonderful being today part of this panel. Thank you. Thanks, Carlos. It's interesting that you've used those terms because they are very linked to what we do in Microsoft. And I will go into the second part of the question of what you're doing later on. Regarding the first part of the question, well, for the future, there's great potential. And I always like to compare this to the space missions. Many years ago, it had an objective, but it's even more important the process through which they develop many innovations that are not applied in our daily lives. For example, you know that when we work on space and other areas, this generates innovation that then is used in other things. In the case of quantum computing and quantum technologies, we can see that potential and what it can contribute in the future. And we estimate that 250 years of research of materials, chemistry, and so on and so forth can be compressed in 25 years. So this is a radical change in evolution to be able to progress in issues like sustainability. We will be seeing some examples later on. And it also means that we see things in a different way. And in this transformation, Microsoft is working similarly to provide access to quantum technology to everyone. Up till now, it's been targeted to experts, and now we want for anyone or any company to access this kind of technology too. Thank you. My name is Daniel Gonzalez. I am the COO of Quantum Maths, where we develop software and algorithms focused on quantum computing. And what we like to say to our customers is, what is quantum computing for you? I believe there's an important element, which is the lack of information. Due to our experience, we see, and I am sure that this also happens to you, it's a system where you launch problems and they're going to be solved, or an accelerator. But it's much more than that. It's a new paradigm, as Hector said. It's a new way of addressing problems, and it is true that it will be solving many problems that we can't with classical technology, but this is just something that complements what we already have. So what is your approach? We have global problems, and the way of using quantum is to use it where it's needed. For those global problems, it doesn't matter if you need to scale your problem with super computation resources or with machine learning, if you have a prediction system, but there are always subroutines that are feasible to being solved through quantum computing, and that's the key. That's regarding the approach. Also, it's important to look at the path. We believe there's too much trend in the R&D and I sphere, and we need to work in a responsible manner, because we need to look at both sides of the coin, R&D together with other companies and the academia, trying to unblock the opportunities offered by the different stages of maturity of the technology. But we also need to use innovation in the strictest sense of the term. To me, innovating is generating value, and we already have tools there to do this, and we need to contribute with value as companies. If not, we're going to lose the interest of others and resources, and there will be a quantum deacceleration, which will affect us negatively as humankind. Good afternoon. My name is Yusuf Traore. First of all, I would like to thank Teresa for inviting me to this wonderful event that allows us to speak about quantum physics too. And I would also like to say that thank you, because for the one of the few occasions in which I go to an event and there's some more black people. So I have Valerie here with you.
Entonces, muchas gracias porque es importante.
So thank you again, because it is important to all kinds of diversities be represented. I am an investor in quantum computing, and the impact that quantum computing is going to have in our lives is something that is going to be revolutionary. With AI, we've seen what AI has done in just a few months. So quantum computing is going to be like this. As an investor, it's a very interesting space, because there are opportunities not only to generate a business, but also looking into the impact it can have on society regarding sustainability. That's why it's so important to not leave anyone behind. or out. There's continents like the African continent, but also others that don't have or are not in the quantum sphere as much. So it needs to be more inclusive, not only in terms of gender, but also geographically. This is one of the challenges that we face. But there's a lot to do, and we will really enjoy quantum computing. It's the best moment to be alive in the century. So congratulations congratulations to all of you to still be here listening about quantum computing at 1:40. My idea was to change the order of the questions. I want to go to the practical side of things, but before that, I will go back to what Yusuf said regarding the importance of having access to be able to design and develop the technologies regarding quantum computing for all countries is very important. And I want the audience, those of you here, but those of you seeing us through your screen, to understand in your words why it is so important for a country or Spain to invest in quantum computing. What will a country lose if they don't invest in quantum computing? Well, they will just lose or miss their future. I agree with Daniel. There are hybrid solutions, but between a computer and a quantum computer, there's a big difference. There's so many things that are at stake that we will work on. For example, fertilizers, sustainability, and many more things. So there won't be a future if we're not able to be more efficient through quantum computing. The country needs to have its own stance. They cannot all do exactly the same thing. And countries like Spain that have the talent need to also be responsible enough to apply it and distribute it and bring it to other places that are not as lucky. Yes, I fully agree. We're speaking about quantum technologies as if it's something very specific, but the impact that it has in all activity sectors is really significant. We have to see it as an industry. We not only have the services that we have nowadays, but this will evolve, and in the future we will have hardware, software, operational systems. You've talked before about sensors, quantum sensors. This is something that will be transforming. As the previous speaker said, this change from the abacus to the computer, this changing to quantum computers will change the digital world. And if we miss this train, because the first thing that comes to our mind is the issue of cybersecurity, and they give the example of a key or a password that is difficult to get. It's easier to get, and we will be more exposed. That is true, but also the battle of sustainability, the battle that we need to win, where we need to have more time for sustainability, and we will see this when we talk about examples, is fundamental. Also health and pharma, because they also demand this kind of tools. So it's not just one more technology, but it's a new way of rethinking technology, we could say. Yes, I fully agree. It's a transformative technology present in all industries. It can be applied in pharmaceuticals, financial systems that could be more circular and resilient, or what Carlos mentioned regarding industrialization through materials, electrification, chemical products, specifically after COVID-19, where we saw that the GDP wasn't adequately distributed. So this push for industrialization could also be a key element, and also energy. because we have tremendous possibilities because of the country in which we live. We are pioneers in renewable energies, and the lever effect that quantum can have can make us become the leader that we need to be. And I cannot finish without saying yes, Carlos, because the issue of resources is something I want to go into too. Sometimes it's not well distributed. We think of investment as a financial investment, but the investment in talent is even more important, because Spain as a source of talent is very good, and it's the second way of getting those resources and opportunities. So yes, I fully agree with this too. I would like to add something to what my colleagues have been saying. This is something that usually is not very much mentioned, which is the geopolitical side of things. Why do you think that the US is investing so much on this? Because China is also investing on quantum computing. Why are they doing so? Because it means independence, power. I would compare this to the moment in which we had nuclear energy. A country that now has the quantum supremacy, let's say, will have an immense advantage over the others. Why do you believe so much is being invested in AI? It is why it is so important that it has to be inclusive and that no one is left behind. This is one of the biggest challenges, in my view, of humankind, because without this distribution, equal distribution of access to quantum computing, some people will be left out of this and behind this revolution, which would be a shame. Thank you. Thank you so much. So there's a two-side idea of how important it is to invent in quantum computing. This first side of the coin is what we see in the media when they talk about the quantum revolution or the quantum computer that probably in 5 years will be able to solve those cryptographic passwords that protect our most private communications and will change the world as we know it. That's what we see. There will be a disruption. It's going to create a change, but we never look at the positive side of things, at how it positively contributes. We need to have perspective, taking into account how it is urgent and how there is a normal geopolitical war to have that potential and to have the best cyber security and having the capacity of having that quantum power and have the computational muscle to be able to use AI and generate scientific and biological discoveries in a much faster manner than any other country. But because this is unavoidable, and that possibility of supremacy of one or two countries of 190 something is unavoidable, we have to look at the other side of things. If this is unavoidable, then we need to invest and we need to work on quantum and design, generate talent, and maintain that talent, and be someone in that geopolitical battle so that our societies can enjoy the benefits contributed regarding energy efficiency, sustainability, resources, health solutions. That is the message. We need balance. Of course, it's unavoidable, it's urgent, but we need to also be part of it and benefit from it. So as we're doing things, let's do things in a reasonable manner. Thank you so much. Now, finally, we go to the user cases and to the nitty-gritty of what you are doing nowadays with quantum computing in different sectors. Where do you apply quantum computing? What are the kind of solutions that you generate, so that I get at least a broad idea? And when I go home, I will say, I saw an example in transport, and that means that when there's a strike, I still receive my, or the food is received at the supermarket. So very briefly. Well, First of all, an example of distribution is a very good one, and I always like to find a balance with traditional systems and sustainability, because we distribute in a more efficient manner, in a faster manner, reducing energy consumption, which is a very interesting element. Another example of the SDGs, I'm sure you have one of the 17 that is your favorite, and you focus on one of the targets. Think about the complexity and then ask us if quantum computing can solve or accelerate this solution, because probably we can contribute to that. Well, I would like to focus on sustainability. Continuing with the issue we mentioned before, I don't know if last August we announced a collaboration with Pacific Northwest, and what we've done is to analyze materials. We initially analyzed 32 million potential materials to find a new type of lithium battery that was more efficient. Of these 32 million potential materials, we had one first screening with AI, because I agree with my colleagues, this is not a unique technology. It has to be linked in a full cycle with the rest of technologies. If not, it wouldn't make sense. It doesn't work per se. And we had 500,000 feasible materials. Then there was a second screening with cloud computing, and we identified a material that was tested in a prototype manner, and it's perfectly feasible and reduces in a 70% the consumption of these batteries, and it's much stable because it's a solid material, because liquid materials usually are more unstable. So we are talking about a 70% reduction with more efficiency and security, and of course, taking into account all the geopolitical risks, because mining of lithium generates many geopolitical problems. So we're closing the cycle, also including the geopolitical side of things with sustainability and quantum computing, with a case that was put in place in August last year. Going back to what I mentioned before, I would like to add that the user case that we can address depends on the possibilities provided by quantum computing. The state of the art, and Carlos mentioned this at the beginning, says that optimization combination systems are the ones that can be addressed with quantum computing, generating value through specific quantum techniques that use specific techniques that are very important throughout this path, and that are used in specific hardware, and this is the way in which we work. We have a great exposure to the financial sphere, and we use this in liquidity risks and management for financial institutions. To give you a specific success story, I always like to talk about the first one we did that Carlos knows well, the one we worked on with Bank through the Open Innovation app, and I really thank them, because when the company, this was 2-3 years ago, when still the technology is not well known, it is very difficult to work on this, but they provided their support, and we developed a very interesting project through different stages, and we ended with a solution for software at service and the financial sphere, and for investments is competitive and sustainable long term. I won't be giving you an example, but as an investor in deep tech, we have to find those elements that can generate revenue. What I see now is everything that has to do with optimization in the financial sphere, logistics, and those things that are going to have a greater impact in our life will be the creation of new drugs, because it's a field in which there are many promises. So for a deep tech investor, right now, quantum computing is a highway to many opportunities. So I invite everyone to invest in this field right now. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all your speakers. They've sent me a message that we don't have much time left. If we have to take one key idea, well, I have two. Well, first, nowadays we are experimenting with the optimization of processes in all sectors, which is revolutionary. So quantum is used everywhere, whether the results come in 1, 2, 5, or 10 years. And on the other hand, what catches my attention is that Microsoft, beyond all the technological muscle that you have, you also have that foresight regarding geopolitical issues, lithium, the supply chain, sustainability, existing frictions at an international level. And we're going to try for this example to provide a solution to be able to do things in a different way. So I love that. So we have an example of companies that are not only representing the next technological revolution, even though they are not very well known by the general public, but they do so being aware of sustainability. So thank you for being part of this panel session and sharing your experiences and what you're doing with quantum computing nowadays. And thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience. Thank you.
La foto. Oye, me encanta todo lo que habéis dicho. Sí, sí. Tengo el micro todavía encendido. Sí.
¿Hay algún orden? No, a mí me da igual. ¿Qué? ¿Nos ponemos como nos va a ganar?
Abrir uno.
Como quieras, allí mismo. Vale. No, yo creo que estás mejor. Bueno. Bueno, pues Egunon ya.
Good morning. This is the last panel, but and I believe the best one, of course. Today we have 5 wonderful women that are directors in different boards that will be speaking about sustainability. My name is Iratxe Lasayas. I'm co-founder and managing partner of Smart Didoka, and also I'm an independent director. As we don't have much time left and we had prepared some questions, let's try and improvise and go very quickly through this. We will start with innovation and governance, something that is not always talked about in the same panel. Well, sorry, excuse me. First of all, we have to introduce everyone. Hello, my name is Ana Garcia, and I'm a non-executive director as general secretary, and I'm also a professor and consultant for different startups. But what really makes me very proud is to be co-founder of a unicorn, which is my family. Hello, my name is Maria Antonia, and I am an investor. I'm an engineer. I started working in Telefonica, always working on technology and creating value. After a long time as a top management and director, the main thing I've learned throughout my life is that the most important asset in companies is talent, specifically in this revolution we're going through, which is the society of knowledge. So anything that companies do to attract talent and maintain it will contribute to its results. Hello, my name is Inmaculada Sanchez Ramos, and I have a degree on law. I'm also an engineer. I've a part of different boards, and I would like to talk about the one for Fundación Participa. That is linked to citizenship participation, on the one on data protection for the Madrid government, and also I am president of the Spanish Telecommunications Engineer Association in Madrid.
Bueno, pues nada, feliz de estar aquí con
I'm happy to be here with all of you. And my name is Beatriz Mato. I got a degree in industrial engineering, and I'm very proud of that because I actually studied here in Bilbao. Although I've got a profound Galician accent, I was actually born in Baracaldo. I was brought up here in Baracaldo, but I fell in love with a man from Galicia. My parents are from Galicia, so all my professional life has been spent in Galicia. Despite the fact that I'm young, because I am very young, I've already got 35 experiences in the workplace, and I'm not going to summarize it because it would take me all the rest of the day. Initially, I worked in multinationals such as IBM in Rank Xerox, and then I moved into the public sector. And I then worked in the Galician regional government. And for the last 5 years, I've returned to the world of private business. And I'm the director of corporate development and sustainability of a renewable energies company. In addition to that, I'm also an independent director for Euskaltel. I don't know if Irache asked me to come because we're friends from what happened at MIT last year, or because of Euskaltel. Maybe you can tell me. Good afternoon. My name's Elena Zerraga. I'm from Bilbao. I'm an economist, slightly different, and an auditor. And I'm really thrilled to be here with this group of fantastic speakers. Currently, I'm CEO of LKS Nest. For those of you that don't know who we are, we're probably one of the biggest local consultants in the Basque Country. We're consultants and also technologists. There are 700 of us working at the organization. And alongside that, I'm also director of Laboral Kutxa, which is a financial entity. And I'm also the chairwoman of the Gaia cluster. For those of you who don't know the Gaia cluster, it's a cluster which has over 311 companies that are in the field of knowledge and technology. There are over 23,000, I think, people working in these knowledge and technology industries. And we're working mainly on what we call enabling technologies. AI, IoT, experiential intelligence. And I'd like to say that we are actually the industry that's taking traditional digitalization to companies. So I'd like to say that in addition to investing in computing, quantum computing, we should gradually evolve from traditional computing to disruptive computing, which isn't something you can do overnight. Replying to Bea, I asked her to come here because she's great, because she works in the field of sustainability, and I thought she can contribute a lot to this subject, which is the subject of the round table, and which is embrace bridges from the board to sustainable ecosystems to accelerate innovation. So she's got many qualities and merits to be here. Let's now move on to questions. Governance and innovation are two words that don't normally see together. However, boards have a role key in driving forward innovation, sustainability in companies. And how do you do that, Anna? As you said, these are two words that actually aren't very closely linked, but actually when you align them, they can have a major effect on organizations. There, I agree that the board does have a key role. I'd like to say that for that, it's important that the board needs to be very well informed of what new technologies and what disruptive technologies are out there, and to what extent they can benefit the organizations that they're working for as directors. Because people, when the blockchain revolution started, thought that they should be implemented in all businesses without thinking about whether that was effective or not for the organization. So, as we'll see in this panel session, you need a diverse board, but also you need the support of external directors or advisory teams to know how to define the strategy to achieve these challenges. How can you introduce an innovative culture via a board? Well, you can define different policies that the company should have, encouraging an open space, collaborative space where each and every person explains. And because I fully agree with what Maria Antonia said, that talent is key, and the fact that you can feel that you've got the possibility of contributing, creating is something that's very important. From another viewpoint, via strategic investments, either via startups, alliances, or creating sandboxes within the organization. And also, finally, I think creating a governance system which is very thorough but also flexible, so that decision making doesn't require you to go through 500 different steps so that the innovation becomes obsolete. Innovation isn't just technology. When I think about Google, is Google a technological company? It's not. I'd say it's a marketing company now. You talk about OpenAI, yes, they might say it's a technological company. So there are many technologies, so that we only talk about ICTs, new materials, quantum computing, new materials, because new ways of doing things. And this is really important. And those companies that innovate in new business models, in new processes, in new products, in the way we protect society, and all of this is innovation. But what is common to all innovation? It needs to create value for the business, either increase in profits or better customer experience. Let me to give you an example. When we talk about disruptive innovation, I think you'd all agree with me that disruptive innovation, what Apple did in 2006, 2007, was the creation of the iPhone. Since then, Apple's been up there, but I think all the innovations that they've done have been incremental. So I think this is really relevant to know where the company wants to be, because all companies need to have innovation in their DNA if they want to carry on being in the market, because the market's very fast moving. And carrying from what you said, because innovation needs to be a part of a strategic plan. It needs to be the main part of a board, and the innovation needs to be one area of the strategic plan of the board. And in the use of technology, Immaculate, there are many opportunities, and we've seen examples of them. Are there any risks or ethical risks? How do we deal with that? Well, technology has always had has many sides to it. The same goes for life per se. I think in Europe we tend to regulate. You know, there's an expression that they say in Madrid, which is America creates and Europe regulates and Asia copies. And this is an expression, and we do have this tendency to regulate, which has a positive side to it. But yesterday, I think Nerea spoke about what's important in technology is to put people and value in the center of it, and this is the true issue. If technology isn't people-centered, then ethics goes beyond regulation, or it becomes before. In fact, values become before regulation. Just 1 minute, and I know I talk. I try to do things slowly. It's what Anna said about education and training in the board and the diverse nature of the people that are on the board. Education needs to be very diverse, continuously all the time. This is continuously something that needs to be happened. I also appeal, and not because where I come from, but also I also appeal to actual diverse knowledge amongst board members. I think there are a lack of technological profiles in boards, and this is a problem. I think you will see on the 17th of October this year, RIS2 comes in. You know that this is on cybersecurity. All board members with technological knowledge and telecommunications and in cybersecurity, I think, are really very much necessary. This is a panel session which is exceptional because there are 4 engineers here. It's not something that you see in the remainder of boards. Maria Antonia said strategy is the main thing. So a strategic decision. How can you decide what disruptive technologies can be used, and how do you appraise the competitive edge that can be achieved through the use of the technology? What you're asking me is, how do you get down to the ground, this decision of adopting a new technology or not? I agree with everything that what Anna, Maria Antonia and Micolado said. Of course, the board's there for that, to define a long-term strategy. This major decision that the board has to take about what technologies should be included in its business is one of the main jobs of the board. Anna, in its intervention, should say within it should be sustainability or technical valuation criteria, and also profitability. These are the ones that the board should know to take the decision to introduce a new kind of technology. For us, this wasn't an easy decision. Please allow me to personalize this, because it's perhaps the best way of getting down to the ground. In the world of renewables, renewable world is very regulated. Asia doesn't no longer copies, by the way. Asia innovates. You said that's what used to be said. Asian, we need to look with kind eyes because Asia is researching a lot. Having said that, the first thing that a board needs to do is to be up to date with all the technologies that in its sector are appearing. Of course, they also need to be clear on what their growth goals are. For example, you can decide whether you want to grow simply with technologies that you already know, and anything that you want to do is implement more of this same technology, or whether this knowledge includes the introduction of technologies. You have to carry out a cost analysis, but if you don't know or you don't have information, the most up-to-date information about a technology which you need to advise on, and that includes technicians, universities and engineering companies that are more in the world, as we did with Boston Consulting Group. You're also going to have to analyze your risks, the risks that you face if you introduce this technology. Of course, not just analyze the risk, but what measures you're going to take to reduce them, whether you've got the people in your company sufficiently prepared to face this new technology, and sort a whole series of parameters that are going to help you decide. In the world of renewables today, this is a world which is in permanent change. You know that of all the contents, we need to emigrate towards an energy transition which needs to be done as quickly as possible. This emigration towards electrification of the economy is leading to all kinds of new technologies, including storages, offshore floating wind power, a whole series of others. And we had to make a decision. As I said earlier, we tried to support if we had a lack of knowledge on external support to decide 5 years ago that we were going to develop floating offshore, which we're doing now in a Canary Island project. We've also got involved in storage, but we've done it in the US because here we don't actually feel sufficiently supported, because it's true that Europe does regulate it. We're also sequestering CO2 and hydrogen. What I'm saying with all of this is that the role of the board is key to decide what goals need to be met by this company in the future via the inclusion of new technologies. Elena, I'm talking about sustainability, which is what we were talking about earlier. Or moving on towards sustainability, which is actually the subject of this roundtable and of the Congress. How are boards and companies working on sustainability? Is it just an add-on? Is it just something that's there to meet regulations, or is it something that's strategic? Here we've been saying that in the general strategic view of a board, we need to include many, many inputs of everybody that's been spoken here: innovation, digitalization, sustainability. When a board broaches the ESG criteria in its main strategy, what it's doing is accepting and getting involved the organization so that it's a necessary collaborator regarding society and stakeholders. You say that quite easily, but you put that into practice in a strategic plan requires work. When some does that, the first thing you need to do is to define and have a long-term version or a long-term aspiration which allows you via values and company culture reach a company's purpose. It's easy to say, but actually it's difficult to define. They also need to maximize profitability, business development, They need to carry on being competitive and also maximize value for stakeholders. When we talk about stakeholders, a company's stakeholders, we're talking about customers, suppliers, workers, partners, shareholders, and society. How can you maximize the value that I'm providing to these stakeholders? Thirdly, you can say, well, how can I consolidate my business model and also efficiently managing sustainability risks? And fourthly, something that's really, really important, I'm accepting a sound governance model and also the commitment to transparent communication. Transparent or open communication is necessary because we need to inform all our stakeholders, all the company or organizations, stakeholders, so that they can visualize the company's situation, its results, its evolution, and also what its activity implies. So just be careful. It's not easy to implement a sustainable strategy. You are asking me for best practices. Big organizations and public interest organizations and big companies and financial organizations are far more ahead of companies because they have the means to do so and because the regulators force them to do so. So companies is sort of the next step down. If I had to talk about best practices, I actually lead a group of companies where the mother company is a cooperative. It's not a typical business, and I'm a board member of a financial entity, also cooperative. So when I seen best practice in the business world, it's easy to assimilate in the DNA of the world of cooperatives. Of course, in sustainability, we of course include cooperative values where they're not necessarily so different from the rest of the business world, intercooperation, and what's more, companies or businesses, or the purpose of a business is a legacy for future generations. When we think about maximizing value for our stakeholders, we do that in a similar way to private businesses that have stakeholders. There are also examples, for example, of the dual nature. We're also workers and owners. For us, it's important to strike a balance between maximizing the project's profits and also fair salaries. As suppliers of technological services, we also have green IT practices, and when we are advising IT departments, we try to minimize the number of technological devices, paper zero politics, virtual meeting rather than a face-to-face virtual, so as to reduce our carbon footprint and to avoid energy consumption. And of course, as we said earlier, it will give a best practice. I think that the system that we have is a best practice, but I think that it's not very different from those other companies that follow these criteria. In the end, the board has to connect up to all different concepts: governance, innovation, sustainability. How are you doing it? How do you get this down to ground? Beatriz said this very categorically and very swiftly. Sustainability should be at the heart of companies' strategic plan, and it's up to the board to define that. Basically, everything that each and every one of my colleagues has said is linked the communication and transparency
con la propia organización,
with the organization, the workers, and all these stakeholders is key, not just to be able to innovate, but also to be able to be sustainable. Seeing that things that go beyond corporate social responsibility, that we're in a different model, and that's been around for many years now. The boards have been innovating ever since they started because companies have gradually adapted to the times. And please allow me to now say that the biggest challenge that I see today now is not just a talent attraction, but talent retention. When I hear people say, oh, how can you be the mother of a digital child when you're an analogical mother? And I think this is something that's applicable to companies now, because the values that companies have now are very different to those that we grew up with. So this ability to innovate in ways of work that are sustainable, that retain talent, that allow us to progress in a happier way, in a more human way, I think is also very, very important. And for the board has that another of its challenge. The board cannot be just a stencil, a stereotype of the same old, same old. We need different roles of the people that sit on board so that all these interests are covering. Do you want to add something to the ideas that Anna has given, and then we can finish this table session? When I talk about sustainability, the first kind of sustainability is financial sustainability, because the main function of a company is to keep itself afloat over time and to keep its work. If I work in a bank, like I do, banks are catalysts which the EU wants to use for transition, for evolution, for sustainability, because this allows the projects that it finances via its investment can be the ones that they implement in the end. And that's where decision-making power resists. That's so important. I know we've got not very much time. I wanted to say that all of these technologies people have spoken about, blockchain, quantum computing, are also ones that consume a lot of energy. So those best practices of these gene CPDs is that technology helps us to move towards sustainability, but we can't. We need to be careful. We need to have a way of doing things. I don't want to open a Pandora's box here. But I just want the public to think about that a minute. There's something else. Maybe I'm going to be a bit more negative. Sustainability. I'm a GCO, so and everything that I'm asked to talk about, they always ask me to talk about sustainability. And I don't know about you, but if you ask any company in Spain, if it's sustainable, everybody's sustainable. You listen to anybody. Is your company sustainable? Yes, of course, we're committed, we're engaged, we're on board, everybody's sustainable. I think the time has come, and I say this seriously, that the word sustainability is actually becoming meaningless. And I think it's time we said, let's use this word when we need it. In fact, Europe's had to regulate this word. In fact, so much so, there's a new directive so that all companies are able to measure our sustainability following standardized criteria. You can't say that, oh, I'm the sustainability rating, I'm in the Standard & Poor's, I'm super sustainable, and then this way avoid greenwashing. So all these kinds of events where we highlight the idea that sustainability needs to be at the heart of any strategic decision of any company. That's true, but there comes a time when this world is being devalued. I've got to an end of ESG. It's people now, people, planet, principle of governance and prosperity, because there is nothing. And of course, prosperity of the company, of an area. I have to link, I have to connect with how much companies are suffering the idea of introducing sustainability in the way they manage. This is an over-regulation, which means that companies actually don't even know where to begin to apply sustainability in their activities. Just to give you an example, from the need to have a reporting system, an ESG reporting system in management systems, which affects now in large companies, but in 2 years from now it'll be affecting SMEs. And management systems are not prepared to report the necessary KPIs in this sector. Secondly, directives on due diligence in the management in the supply chain. There's huge problems to carry out this due diligence. And downstream in the lower chain, links of the chain, and upstream as well when you talk about distribution, logistics and recycling. Another example, taxonomy. Double materiality, how do we measure this? The outside in, inside out methodology. There are many, many problems, so there's a lot of work to be done.
So there's still a lot to be done. That was really interesting. Yes, that's why I mentioned that issue before. Yes, very interesting. Many subjects to be addressed, race opportunities. I fully agree. Elena, one thing are big corporates and another is SMEs. So let's finish with one final comment, something that inspires you. Ana or whomever. Elena, maybe you can start. I start, well, there's something that I really like. It's from Mario Benedetti, and I love what he says. He says, when we thought we had all the answers, suddenly they change all the questions. Let's see, that happens in the energy sector all the time. They change the regulation. What's my takeaway? Well, this is how I see things. If the energy transition can't give steps backwards, the same thing happens with sustainability. It has to be present in all boards. I would look into the human side of things. This is something that I came up with one day, and I thought it's not bad, and that's that what we've learned up till now, or learning up till now was an activity, but now it's an attitude. When I reflected on this, I thought about the audience, and I thought about Teresa, and I said, all entrepreneurs here, and Teresa with her project, what would I say to her in difficult times? And I would say, if it's easy, anyone will do it. Well, in fact, I reflected on the same thing. And I will take a quote of Unamuno from Bilbao. And I said, those that want to go up invent a staircase. Thank you. And now we will see Pilar Manchon's video, who is a global research in AI. And after that, we will be able to have some lunch and continue with networking. Thank you. Hello, I am Pilar Manchon, and it's a pleasure for me to be with you virtually.
buenas, soy Pilar Mancho.
Bueno, sí. Quiero que os quedéis todas y todos ahora.
I would like you to all remember this, everyone in this meeting and connected. This is thanks to joint work that has been mentioned of many associations, and we have many of their chairs here, members here in Europe, as well as in the US and other places in the world, so that there's more communication. And this has all been thanks to Irache Lasayas, Felisa Ramos, and Ana Garcia and Garbiñe from Deusto that hosts us here. So we would like to give them a reputational token that we will send to your wallet. So thank you. And I would like to thank all speakers for contributing with their time and sharing their knowledge. Big round of applause for all of them.
Soy Pilar Manchón, directora senior de Estrategia de Investigación.
Hello, I'm Pilar Manchón, Global AI Researcher in Google. It's a pleasure to be with you through this video. It's an honor to participate in Inspiring Women because this is a very necessary conversation. You have great speakers, and I would have loved to be with you all. And I wanted to give you my support in opening opportunities not only for women but for all collectives. Generative AI is a disruption that is changing society's fabric and the way in which we interact with each other, with technology, and even with all the services existing. Of course, there are linked risks that we need to be aware of, and we need a good internal governance and to work in a robust and transparent manner. But what's most important is to be part of this progress. We need to all move forward together with the opportunity of doing things in a better way, in a more efficient manner, and to reach out to places we would have never been able to reach out to without these technologies, and opening and having and providing new opportunities. Opportunities that are changing different knowledge fields. So I believe we should all continue learning, adapt to what is coming, and to influence our environment so that we all move forward together and we're able to go through this together. So thank you. Thank you and good luck to everyone.
Bueno, pues ya llega el cierre.
Well, we're almost at the end. I will be substituting Manuel Ardanza, whom you can see in the program, but due to a personal issue, he wasn't able to join us. So it's an honor to be here closing this event today. but I will try and be very brief because we could be here for days and weeks listening to these wonderful people that have joined us in these last 2 days. So very briefly, I want to thank yesterday the university rector started by thanking Teresa Alarcos. Yes, let's give her an applause. And her team. Thank you for coming to Bilbao and to the university for this event. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to work with all my colleagues and to work throughout all these months because we've cooperated in a very intense manner, and it was a pleasure to participate and to see how it has become a reality. As Teresa has said, this was a wonderful talent marathon. So this was my first marathon, let's say, to bring together so many women leaders today, here, or virtually. It's been wonderful. I would also like to thank all the speakers that have traveled from different areas in Spain and in the world to join us here today. I would also like to thank the technical team. In fact, we've only had this slight problem today, so thanks to the technical team. I don't know all the names, but we had all these different participants and this worked perfectly. I would like to thank the volunteers, the startup community team. And I will repeat the I had a longer speech, but I'm going to try and sum up, adapting myself to the time allocated. And the different terms that I've been hearing throughout these days are cooperation. That will be the first one, because we've seen that we need to cooperate, because we as people are the key, and technology supports us to make lives better. I've also heard you speaking about transformation. We do things to transform the world for it to be better, fairer, and technology is helping us and is at the service of humankind, all kinds of technologies. You've also talked about values, and there's the entrepreneurship movement is also based on values, because to be sustainable in the future, we all need to cooperate. All skills need to cooperate, and technology needs to work hand in hand and with others and be interdisciplinary. And we've seen this through the different diverse panels we've had with us: engineers, health experts, law experts. So, as I said before, it's an interdisciplinary issue to be able to provide solutions to the challenges that we face nowadays. We are also responsible and are accountable for our future, and therefore we need to measure what we do. In fact, we've heard about the impact and the value. We need to contribute with value. So throughout the day, we try to contribute with value. And another term is talent. We are people with talent, and talent allows us to transform things. We transform things to have a better world. And now we will be having lunch outside, and I would like to highlight the importance of networking, of talking to each other, of meeting, of getting to know each other, which will bring us to do things in the future, to face challenges together in the future, to continue being entrepreneurship. So without further ado, I would like to thank you once more. Thank you for coming to Bilbao. We will always welcome you here in the University of Deusto in Bilbao. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you on behalf of the university.
Bueno, estoy mezclando idiomas, quería hacerlo tan rápido.
I wanted to go so fast that I ended up mixing different languages, but well, thank you so much.